accordingly अपना adjust कर लो.
We can even, because nobody has a PowerPoint.
Oh, then wait. Excuse me. Can you make it like this?
Yeah, yeah.
Like this? I mean, nobody. We are least concerned with the screen. Yeah. So can you make it like you put this
No,
on our chest?
I think the two of you, you come here and
Yeah.
the seventh can come here.
It will be a short discussion, short of, so we can make it like this.
Yeah, just right. So, one chair okay from here. Actually, so while the next speaker comes, we can still start.
We can yeah, we can begin.
So, welcome to this session. You know, entrepreneurship is something that really is the flavor of today. With Mr. Modi pushing the entire startup India, stand up India agenda, I think it's something which is really driving things as far as India is concerned. The sort of energy that one has now seen in this entire startup space, and by the way, I've been associated with the startup space for almost about, I would say, 2.5 decades. At a time when entrepreneurship was a dirty word, you know, nobody wanted to become an entrepreneur. Uh, and I would go to colleges and ask people, how many of you guys want to become an entrepreneur? And perhaps 2 or 3 people would raise their hands. And today when you go to a class, you find that, you know, about 50% of the class would raise their hands. That is the big mind shift change that has taken place. So, you know, business was something which was done by families, you know, it was not something which was done by, you took your degree, you went out, took a job, you worked in a corporate, and perhaps at a later stage you may think about entrepreneurship. That was the kind of a thing. And if you actually took a job, then you know all the masis, buas, and everybody, all the aunts would say, नौकरी नहीं मिली होगी, and that is the reason why, you know, the guy is starting own business. And from that, there are now role models that have got created. There is a lot of development of the ecosystem in terms of, as far as funding is concerned, there are now funding agencies available. If you look at incubators, accelerators, mentors, angel investing, VCs, the entire ecosystem has developed, and most of this development has happened in the last 10 years. So it's a different India that we are now looking at, and we have got some great entrepreneurs here. We have 1 hour. So what I would request is that if each of us shares their story for about 4 minutes each, so that will take care of, we still have one more speaker coming in. So that will take care of half of the time. And then perhaps we can discuss for about 15 minutes amongst ourselves and 15 minutes for all of you who are sitting here in the audience. So does that sound good? Okay. So allow me to be a bad moderator and stop you at 4 minutes. Okay. So perhaps I will give you a warning at 3 minutes or something, and then request you to pass on the mic to the next person. So who wants to start? Jyotika, since you have the mic,
Sure,
you
happy
have
to
the
start.
honors, right?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to be here today. My introduction is very simple. I'm a mother of three. I'm married to the man of my dreams who's here with me, and I have a beautiful, supportive family. I am a little emotional right now because I was only told that I'm going to get an award, but I'm happy to be with all these lovely people. I've just discovered that I'm going to be a speaker. So please bear with me. I don't have a script. I'm going to speak from my heart, and I'm going to talk about my passion. So basically, my motherhood defines me, and I run an organization called Global Women's Group, where we have women from all walks of lives entrepreneurs, stay-home moms, grandmoms, working professionals, all kinds of women, where we empower, inspire, and encourage these women to lead a more happy, meaningful, and flourishing life. We do this through experiential group coaching and peer-to-peer learning. God is very, very kind on us. We are going to go global. We have chapters all over India. And now we have just started a GWG Women Entrepreneurs Incubation Cell, where we have so many women with so many creative energies and abilities get more self-confident and align their potential with their career goals. So for the last 14 years, I was in the business of education, where I helped students with career counseling, admissions abroad, psychological testing. But during the course of this journey, I realized that my passion really is to help women, to empower women, and encourage them to be their better versions. So that's how Global Women's Group was born. And I'm happy to be here in this forum and connect with everybody, because I know everybody here is very passionate to learn, grow, and develop themselves. Thank you. I will not take more time than I was allotted.
Wonderful. And you set the pace for everyone else.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you, lovely audience. Thank you for all your cheer.
Uh, so may I request Devipriya to share her story?
Hi, I am a fashion designer based out of Calcutta. I primarily deal in plus size clothing, and what started me off was basically from personal experience. It was, I mean, now we have a few brands which are dealing with plus size clothing, but then nothing really was being done for customization. That is exactly where we come in. We basically do regular wears and bridal, and we've recently just tied up with a couple of brands in Middle East and Central Europe. We are getting into bridal gowns there, and so that's pretty much the story behind X and Y chromosome. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's really lovely. Dr. Krishna Sharma, perhaps you would like to share about, your entrepreneurial venture in education.
Good afternoon. It's really nice to be here. I'm Dr. Rajshri, and I would like to call myself a scientist first and an edupreneur after that. My degree is basically in biotechnology, so I was a scientist for many years, and I worked in premier biotech industries for many years, for about 10 plus years. Then I took a break and wanted to do a PhD. During the course of my doctorate, I had a chance to interact more and more with students. And as I was seeing a change in the education scenario, where, students are having more and more gaps in classroom learning, and education is becoming more personalized. I started my entrepreneurial venture, Catalyze Center, in 2008. We are into online tutoring, where we do live one-on-one classes. The company has grown from strength to strength. In 2008, the market was not ready for this, and it was very organic for a few years. People would still thought that going to tuition centers was, the thing to do, and we had to educate the customers on Skype. So today, Skype is a household name. So I've really seen the change in the last few years. And today we are into 3 verticals. We offer tutoring for school subjects, which is basically after school help. We are also into the competitive exam space. We offer coaching for SATs, GRE, GMAT. And also the third vertical that we are into is spoken English. So it's been an incredible journey so far, and I'm really enjoying the ride. Yes, of course. We do cater to, yeah, we do cater to all the curricula. Yeah, we do CBSE, we do the state boards and ICSE, and now international curricula has become very popular. So we are into Cambridge, we are into international baccalaureate. And in addition to all this, this year we've started Australian curriculum. Yeah.
Okay, so I allowed that question, but may I request that we hold the questions towards the end? Joshua, can you share with us about the Gates Millennium operation?
Yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Josh Fort, and I'm a 21-year-old recent graduate from Chicago. That's where I went to school. I'm from Detroit originally. I'm representing the Gates Millennium Scholarship Foundation, which is a scholarship foundation funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. And part of the reason why I'm here is because a couple of years ago, I launched a venture called Zeal Inspirational, which is a multifaceted social impact organization dedicated to facilitating care, connection, and change. And so the project that we're currently working on is called Zip Comics, and it is a comic book company that exists to create entertaining content that educates on social justice issues. We're currently working with 8 people from across the U.S., both West Coast all the way out to the East Coast, and we've been working using things like Google Hangouts and Google Documents, etc., in order to be able to work even in different time zones. And the one thing that I wanted to say before we get started with our Q&A was just the importance of flipping the ready, aim, fire mindset on its head to fire, aim, ready. This is something that I wanted to do for a long time and would think about and would plan about, but whenever I would talk about launching it, I would think to myself, I'm not ready. And then a friend of mine named Grant Hensel came along who said, Josh, like, why don't you just start this now? You don't have to have everything figured out. You can figure it out as you go. And so just that process of starting out by launching, by firing, and then sort of directing it and being strategic about how you aim it after you start, that's how you become ready. But if you wait until you're ready, you'll never start in the first place.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely being here. I just launched my online travel startup called plushescapes.com. What we've done is we've curated and handpicked some of the most exotic, offbeat, experiential properties across the country and put it together on the portal. The idea is that people really travel differently nowadays. So you will have people taking, long weekend getaways, staycations. You want to do something which is offbeat, which is not run of the mill. We've put this together, with a lot of care. We've got about 40 travel bloggers who go to these properties, review them, and write them for us. And I think it's really actually done really well over the last few months. And I think the whole wave of transformation in the Indian travel industry, with people wanting, you've got that one long holiday that you take once a year, twice a year, but you also want like frequent short breaks. Work's getting hectic. You want to get away. You don't want to do something which every person's doing. You don't want to check into the next chain hotel. You want more experiential stuff. So it could be a tree house. You could want to be like, tucked away in a cabin in the woods. Anything, a houseboat, but something that is experiential, that, makes you want to maximize your weekend. So yeah, it's called plushescapes.com, and we just launched it a few months back. Plushescapes.com, yeah.
Wonderful. Kunal, can you share your story?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kunal. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Navya Life Care. This is a health technology company. What we aim to do, or we try to do, is help patients and doctors maximize or manage their treatments in a better way. So, what we try to sort of give services and products that help you manage your treatments between one appointment and the other. So, you have your Practos of the world taking care of the appointments, you have your medicine delivery apps taking care of your medicines. But what happens between two appointments? You have to take care of your medication adherence, right? So we have a mobile application called Navya that helps you keep track of your medication. So it gives you reminders, it keeps track of your adherence onto the app. And then it collates all this data that is being collected and then gives it to the doctor. So we have a portal for doctors where they are able to monitor and track the performance of their or the clinical outcomes of their patients, thus helping people manage their treatments in a better way. I mean, we're a relatively new organization. We launched our product only in January, so we're just 5 months old. We've have had around 5,000 downloads of the app. Hoping to grow more. We've signed up around 50 doctors who are using the portal and in Delhi NCR, of course, to start off with, and looking to build that up as we go along.
Kunal, since you have the first of all, a round of applause for keeping to the time. That's really, and in fact saving time so that we can actually have much more of discussion amongst ourselves and with the entire audience. So Kunal, since you have the mic, why did you pick up this area?
So actually, a lot of it
What was
comes.
the inspiration behind it? Is there a story there?
I wish there was a eureka moment that would have enthralled the audience, but there isn't. I am a biochemist by training. Then went abroad for my higher education. Did MBA focused on healthcare. So always wanted to be in the sector. Have worked with a pharma company. Have worked in life science pharmaceutical consulting. So I've always had this view of being in this segment and being in this sector. My grandmother was a biology teacher, so always used to teach me a lot of life science. And I mean, I remember knowing how the entire digestive system, how it works, when I was like 8 years old. So it's just that part that sort of motivated me to be in this industry. And of course, my as we go along, you have certain personal experiences that mold the way you build your profile. And like, my dad is a chronic patient, so it helps knowing that I'm doing something that may help him. And we have familial hypertension, so I myself might be a user of my own app sometime in the future. So that really helps me grow in this particular field.
My question to you is regarding, healthcare is an area where you need to have a lot of regulation. One is government regulations, then because you're playing with somebody's life, so you can't go wrong. Your app cannot really send a message 6 hours late, and so on. So how do you look at? See, there are lots of entrepreneurship area which have less regulation, but healthcare there is a lot of standards, regulation, and so on. So what's your
So
view on that?
So there are two things basically that are covered in the regulation part. So there's a legal binding that happens. You have to adhere to certain standards that the government has set for you. There are certain encryption standards that in healthcare data that you cannot just start giving it out to anybody and willy-nilly. You can't do that. Also, one cannot. One has to be a licensed pharmacist to dispense medications. One has to be a licensed medical practitioner to suggest treatments. So we try to avoid all this. We don't allow for dispensation of medications. No treatments are prescribed on the app that we have. So we try to be on the right side of the law there. And on the other hand, there is there is a personal part that also comes. That we, while of course since we are a new company, we ourselves have grown and pivoted our model several times, knowing how kind of understanding what the feedback of the patient or the user or ultimate user of the app is going to be. And that helps us sort of understand the regulation from a personal standpoint, getting the feedback from the user, from the customer. That really molds the way we sort of build our business ultimately.
And what about liability issues?
Yeah, so as I said, we try to be in the right side of the law, and we, of course, there's.
Not from a legal standpoint, but you are acting as the bridge
Yeah.
between two appointments, right?
Yeah.
Now, during that time, something goes wrong. Are there liability issues that an entrepreneur can likely face in your business or in other business? I'm generalizing the question so that it applies to a whole lot of business.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's always liability when it comes to at least healthcare data. There is always liability. So we try to reduce the kind of legal ramifications. That's one part of it. But more importantly, it's about reiterating and keeping on innovating in the product itself, so that there is less chance of errors, and as fewer chances of errors that may pose a liability on us. But yes, healthcare is a risky subject, and we try to engage with a lot of doctors and a lot of other stakeholders in the ecosystem to make sure that the product is up, of a good quality at the end of the day.
Rashmi, let me come to you. I'm sort of mixing up this. You talked about that the markets have changed because you started almost 8 years back, and you've seen a lot of things changing. It was all about doing things on websites, and then it became apps, and you talked about Skype. And how are you coping up with the change in technology? How are you coping up with the change in technology, and what are some of these major changes that you've seen along your journey?
When we started in 2008, like I said, we had to educate people on the use of Skype. Nobody knew. When we talked about online classes, people would ask me, "Oh, how does that work?" And then we would tell them, we use Skype for voice and video, and they would say, "Oh, what is Skype?" So then we had to actually tell them to go to Google, search Skype, download it. We had a document, Word document that we would send by email to actually educate the customer, And today, Skype is a household name. So the other thing that I would really like to talk about is the change, not just in technology, it's a change in the way people are using technology, and it's a change in the way people are perceiving technology. When we started out 8 years ago, it was such a big, I don't know what's the right word to use, but challenge would be the word. Challenge to actually talk to the customers about, the benefits of one-on-one tutoring, because they were so, "Oh, will this really work? I mean, learning online, and how is the teacher going to see if the student is writing or not?" These were the questions. But today, because of the various, changes in lifestyle, both parents working, safety issues of the child, plus the fact that students are more comfortable learning one-on-one with the tutor rather than a traditional classroom setup, have really, impacted a change. And this change I have perceived in the last 2 years. And now people are a lot more comfortable with the technology, a lot more, conducive to learning online. And today we are doing very customized programs for students. So our range of services go from, complete portion coverage or specific topic help. We're doing assignment homework help, and of course the competitive segment. Yeah. So
And what was your inspiration? Being a researcher and suddenly going into your own business. What
yeah,
prompted
I
you?
think, this is a question that I think every entrepreneur gets asked. And I think every entrepreneur has a push from inside. It is something, it's a calling, It's something that pushes you to do it. I don't know how many of you listened to Harbeen's talk yesterday, and she was saying, "I was pushed to find this hotel," So it's like, it's
But
something
that's because it's Pullman.
That's a good one. So, like I said, when I was doing my PhD, I always was a good teacher, and many people told me that. Although my initial assignments were in industry, but I remember my guide in the US. He used to tell me, "You should go back and take up a teaching assignment. You're so good at it." But when I came back from the States, it was more of a industry job that was waiting for me, and I was more interested in research. But I think I always somewhere had something inside me to do something in education. And when I was in the university, that's when, I started interacting with so many more students. And again, it's a push. I could just see it's a vision. I could just see that, it's this is where we are heading. I mean, classroom setup is not going to work in the future. And, I got a call about a month ago from a school in Chennai who wants online tutors for classes, and I was like, wow. So then I had a series of questions for them, but it's this is where we are heading, and it's wonderful that technology today has given us that base. And what is wonderful is I'm able to get tutors based in Bangalore or Bombay to people in Trichy or the smaller towns. So you're able to take the quality of a city to a smaller town and give that student the benefit of that quality. So that is amazing.
Yeah, actually, education needs a lot of transformation driven by technology.
Right.
If you look at most industries and you look at those industries 50 years back and today, you will find that they have a completely new face.
Right.
Take communications, take travel, take clothing. But the schoolroom is still the same, I mean, 50 years, forget 50 years, 100 years back also it would have been. Maybe there are few gadgets, but there is very little stuff. But I'm glad that you're now seeing a few things coming up there.
Right.
I have one more question for you. 2008, you started, and that is the time when Tutor Vista also started. And they raised a round of funding and, scaled up very rapidly and then finally sold it out to a...
Pearson.
Can we just switch it off? Okay. Yeah, so, they scaled up and so on. So I have two questions there. One is that how important is location? Because you were in Coimbatore and Tutor Vista was in Bangalore.
Right.
And the second thing is that what is the right time when one should go about raising money?
I think Tutor Vista raised money on market potential. The market was not ready then. I know it because I was there. The market is ready now, and it's really ripe for a change in education. I was reading an article a couple of days back about how ripe the market is for an educational change. I think everybody wants to see that change. And I think in the future, what we're going to see is, a change in terms of a transition from students learning theory to acquiring more skill sets, So that is a transition that is going to happen in the future. The right time to raise funds, I think that is each one's call, It depends on what you really are looking for. I mean, if you're really looking to
You answered that well. What about location?
Location, online, everything. See, I'm running a virtual company today. To be honest, I'm employing well-qualified women who are working from their homes. They are so happy to teach because they're not able to go out and take up jobs. They're all like masters or higher degree holders. And it really doesn't matter today, the location. It really doesn't, because we all work out of our homes. I have a home office, and it's truly a virtual company.
Wonderful.
And
So can I now have the mic and pass it on to Devi? So yeah, what was your inspiration to start this business?
Like I said before in the introduction, the entire storyline, the entire purpose came up when through actually a lack of fashionable fashion for people like us who are a little well endowed. Yeah. So yeah, a lack of that in the native market. It is, and especially the customized bit.
So your pain point was that you yourself were having a problem, and that is why you
And
thought
not
that
only that,
there would be others, and that was the inspiration.
I come from a khate pite Indian family, so yeah. So it was that was something which we were realizing, and especially I come from the east of the country, where retail boom is a little, what Bombay and Delhi does, say 5 years before, we do it 5 years later. So it was more of a need of the hour,
Okay.
basically.
So, you have a physical store.
Yeah.
You also have an online presence. Okay. So, what is the click and brick, right? Both
Right.
of the things are there. How do you find marketing different in both these worlds? And how are you combining them?
The thing is, we market through just digital marketing now. We started with conventional marketing. While we were launching, we did a lot of press releases. We had radio interactions. What happened is that was the initial 2 years. I'm basically technologically challenged, so it took me a while to realize that to hit the right TG, the target audience, it is very essential to filter your target audience and put the message out to the right person.
So, it's Facebook.
Yes, what we use three tools. One is very commonly used, that is Facebook, and the other two are not very popular yet here in India, but we're getting a lot of businesses from Middle East and the Central Europe through that. That is Instagram and Pinterest. So these are both very visual platforms. So I think social media, that's the catch, you know. You would need to know exactly what tool works for you. We have, so very common is say the Twitter, but then why we don't really go into Twitter is one is the entire, somebody who is getting into a plus size store wouldn't necessarily like to say that I'm buying it off a plus size store. You know, initially we first 2 years, that was the entire thing. When it was just, X and Y, the plus size clothing store, we had to go ahead and add on regular 2 plus sizes. That is where the whole sentiments with the brand changed, and people could, and that is where this whole thing came in, where people started relating more. So
Okay.
and
And yes, you are doing digital marketing, but ultimately, are you also using digital technologies to size up body shapes and measurements and so on? Or for that, there is a physical element, and if there is a physical element, then you are using digital to drive
Yeah.
business to in a physical world, right?
See, basically, we just have one flagship store, and we sell through 7 different e-portals, and we also have our own portal where basically, since we are customizing, we have Skype sessions, and that is where we go ahead, and the first session is just about knowing the client a little better, per se the allergies, the color choices, the occasions, all of it. The second session, we get back to them with the sketches, we mail it to them, and then we have this sit through, and that is how we take it on. And we have our model has changed. We were initially getting into flagship stores, but now we are totally e-commerce based, other than one central store, where basically we do our packaging, and all the manufacturing unit is even there. So that is how we function.
Okay. Over to you. So, Jyotika, you are, there's a fantastic thing that you're doing, for the entrepreneurship for the women. Why did you not become an entrepreneur yourself?
I am an entrepreneur.
An entrepreneur on entrepreneurship.
So yeah, actually that, and also run an education firm called Kinetic Potential Explorers.
Oh, I
So
see.
let me share
Okay.
my journey
Yeah.
with you a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay. So I've been very fortunate. I've had many people who've inspired me ever since I was born. And initially, of course, it was my parents and their blessings that they helped me awaken my genius, because they believed that every human being has special gifts and special abilities. All you need to do is just activate those strengths within. So extremely fortunate when my parents helped me connect my strengths with my career goals. Had a wonderful psychology teacher who made me believe in myself, who made me see that yes, helping profession is where I need to see myself and grow as a human being. Got married, and my husband again encouraged me hugely, and my family supported me. When I had my firstborn, my son, I realized that during the course of my journey, I've been to London School of Economics. My parents supported me, and I did a double master's in London School of Economics. But during the course of my journey, I realized that there weren't many good career counselors or authentic career counselors who would help children align their potentials with their career goals. So KPE, Kinetic Potential Explorers, was born. We have placed almost 5,000 students in top colleges in America, Singapore, China, you name it, and we've sent kids world over. And very happy to hear about your scholarship. Would love to connect with you. A lot of children need to know more about what you do. And that's how my story started. And then 4 years ago, we started Global Women's Group because that kind of pointed us to a support group for women. And now we have an education piece and a Global Women's Group
Okay,
piece.
so how is entrepreneurship different for women vis-a-vis men?
Not different at all. It's absolutely the same thing. I've coached a lot of young
So
women.
why is it that there are very few women entrepreneurs not in this
Wonderful
group, but-
question. Yes, thank you. So I'm also part of this team called Swayam, which is led by Flo. Have you heard of Flo, Vicky? Okay. So they are connecting women entrepreneurs with they're getting them funds, helping them create a business model, a marketing plan, and connecting women with financial institutions. So having coached many young women entrepreneurs, I know they suffer from two things, and this is universal, and I can say it with my heart on my hand on my heart, that women suffer from self-doubt hugely and overthinking. And I'm telling you, and I think men too, but it's not so out in the open, and women don't have the kind of support that they truly deserve. So now is when groups like Swayam and our group are helping and encouraging women to get out of their shell and get support. And that's why I see GWG more as a support cell for women.
And do you see more work-life balance challenges?
Yes, absolutely. So the ones who are working are struggling with, they're actually wrestling with a lot of guilt. The ones who are at home, women who are at home, are feeling that they're not getting to invest their potential or their strengths to work. So there is a lot of disparity. Yes.
No, not just that. I was saying, as an entrepreneur,
Yes.
do you have your
Do
own
I suffer-
work-life challenges in terms of managing home,
I am very
managing
blessed.
business?
I'm extremely blessed. I believe in prioritizing. I work around my children's timetable, so my children don't even believe that I work. So they actually ask me, when do you actually work? So I work from home, and I was reading a study that in 2020, there'll be 1 billion entrepreneurs, so this work-life balance debate won't happen because work will come home.
Okay, wonderful, great. So a round of applause for all the women entrepreneurs. But can you pass on?
Yes, sure.
So, Ankita, travel is a crowded space.
Yes.
So, once again, what was your inspiration, and how are you differentiating yourself in this crowded space?
I think it basically stemmed from the fact that I'm a travel enthusiast as well. I think India has a lot of potential, a lot of people with the kind of disposable income that they have today. 5 years back, you bought a ticket and you're like, I'm heading to Thailand or I'm heading to Dubai. I think that's really undergone a change in the last 5 years because there's so many beautiful properties that have, that are there, that have sort of come out, and people are like, you know what, I'd rather go spend a week in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, in this beautiful cabin tucked somewhere, go down south to Kerala, beautiful houseboat, explore a vineyard near Mumbai. The idea was also to bring experiential properties to the forefront of travel. That I think not a lot of due credit has been given to them because of all the chain hotels that I've swept in, with all due respect to all chain hotels as well. But some of them, the owners of these properties, are so passionate about what they're doing as well. They stay on those properties, they meet each guest, and the idea is it's more personal. I think travel's also become a way of, like I like to think of it as a journey within. So it's not just, oh, I go to see a new place, I also go to find myself a little better. I think I actually graduated from Cambridge, did a master's in real estate finance, worked in the real estate field for about 3 years when, Priya mentioned there's this whole true calling thing when I'm like, I think I want to do something in the travel space. And I think I want to make Indians, realize how fortunate we are as well. The country is so diverse, not in terms of just your language and culture and food, but just the sheer beauty of the country. And it's amazing the number of Indians who now choose to spend on travel within the country as opposed to taking the next flight out. So, yeah.
And what's the sort of traction that you've had in the short time that you've been doing this
It's
now?
been overwhelming actually. We've got a number of people from all over, a number of people wanting to explore their places. So obviously even Ladakh's really come onto everyone's radar. But a number of people from Delhi also talking about, oh, you know, there's this beautiful place in Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir I had no idea about. So I would love to do it. And these are the kind of people who probably never really gotten a chance or never thought of exploring India too much. So yes, it's nice that people are actually taking notice of the amazing stuff that we need to have to offer, the country has to offer, and they're willing to, you know, it's experiential, like I said. So that's the whole farm to table thing that you want to go, you want to do, you know, these hotels that have organic farming. You go pick your own vegetables, cook your own food, or you go to a vineyard, you stay in a houseboat, you want to do like a picnic in the forest somewhere, you know, have dinner under the stars on a sand dune. So yeah.
Yeah. So how many trips would you have sold by now?
I am not at the liberty to tell you the
Okay,
exact number
all right.
exactly, but yes, it's
Let me
been.
ask it differently. When do you think Make My Trip will come knocking at your door?
So okay, here's the thing. Again, because I'm so passionate about what I'm doing, I don't know if what we do is aligned well with a bigger OTA. Because the reason I'm trying to say is that if you take a look at the website as well, it's all got really experiential offbeat stuff. Some of the hotels that we have as little as 4 rooms. The owners are very passionate about what they do. So they've even, you know, when you knocked on their door first and told them that, you know, I want to list you on my portal, they're like, listen, we don't believe in this. I don't want to be against, you know, put against a number because I really believe that my hotel is, you know, whatever, it's my home. So yeah, and I've told them that, listen, no, you know, this is what it is. You know, it's beautiful. I'm going to be putting it next to other such, you know, beautiful properties. It's not about advertisements and thousands of hotels and great deals, and it's not about that. It's about someone who truly believes that, you know, what you're offering is great. They would want to come and experience it. So,
And
yeah.
let's talk about pricing. In such a situation, would the pricing be competitive or would it be exclusive?
Yes, so no, pricing is always competitive because everybody loves a good deal. So the pricing always has to be competitive. That is a lesson we learned after we launched 6 months back. We first realized we probably thought that, you know, that probably wouldn't be a hindrance with people wanting to spend a little more because you're getting a better experience or, you know, a more experiential property. But a good discount always works. So I think, yes, a good deal always works. Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm sure you're going to get a lot of clicks this evening when people
I
go
really
back
hope
to
so.
their rooms or houses and so on. Josh, uh, tell us something about this scholarship. And the second question that I have is, you know, this was an interesting concept that you said instead of ready, aim, fire, you said reverse the entire thing. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So with the scholarship itself, it's a scholarship that was funded about 20 years ago now. Some of the other scholars in the room can correct me if I'm wrong. But Bill and Melinda Gates decided to fund a scholarship for minorities within the U.S. Who were facing different challenges, and they ended up creating a very long application process in which students had to write 8 different essays and send in their academic transcripts as well as different things related to the volunteer hours that they did, and just having a very expansive application process where they focused a lot on the resilience of the applicants and the challenges that they'd faced in their lifetime and their achievement orientation even in the midst of overcoming those challenges, and through the process of asking 8 different questions that the students would write essays on, they went through their selection process and would select a limited number of scholars to join the organization each year. And yeah, that's a bit more about
And
Gates
is there
itself.
a focus on social or is there also stuff on entrepreneurship? I mean,
Uh,
what's the kind of a focus for the scholarship?
the focus itself is largely on that social component of
Social
that
component.
social impact. The volunteer hours plays a huge role in the selection process of selecting which students are going to participate in it. Oftentimes, and there's a monetary element as well, where the scholars who are selected are lower income as well. But Gates, as a foundation, is viewing, hey, who are these students across the U.S. who, even though they're in difficult financial circumstances at times, are also performing well academically and seeking to give back to their communities and are
Okay.
going to grow up not to just be successful financially, but who will be successful at having an impact on the world around them. And that's one of the focuses of Gates.
Okay, wonderful. And she talked about uh, people overthink, right?
Yeah.
Men, women both, but more so in the case of women, right? Because all the women were nodding at that time. Okay, and you talked about the concept of fire, aim, and ready,
Yeah.
right? So let's hear more about that concept.
Yeah, building off of that, I think uh, perhaps it's that men and women can have a tendency to overthink things. I think that with the way our society is set up right now, men have more people telling them to stop overthinking. In my life, I think that I would continue, or I'm a philosophy major. I majored in philosophy. Philosophers are known for spending a lot of time thinking and less time doing. And I love doing. I love the idea of doing, but I also have a tendency to spend a lot of time thinking. If it wasn't for the friend in my life, Grant, who when I was a freshman in college said, "Hey, Josh, you talked about that idea of something that you wanted to do someday later on. Why don't you do it? Why haven't you started? Why not now?" And it was because of him asking that question and him believing in me and believing, "Hey, Josh, you can start doing this now, and it could work out. Like, why haven't you tried yet?" It was because of those probes and those encouragements that I decided to test to test the idea and to launch it and to see like, oh, I don't have this in line. I don't have an illustrator. Now I need to try to figure out how I'm going to find an illustrator. And wait, this illustrator doesn't color the works that he draws and inks for us. So how do we find someone who can color it? And okay, we're going to need somebody to promote public relations because none of us are doing that really well. Let's find somebody else who can take over our social media. And instead of spending all the time trying to be ready and trying to have all of the pieces prepared in advance, it's launching and figuring out what you need by seeing what you don't have. And as you see those gaps, as you see what you're missing, you then try to fill those needs and you try to bring people in who can help you to become more ready as you go along.
Okay, wonderful. That's really great. Now over to the audience. We've actually covered a lot of bases. We've talked about regulatory issues. We've talked about digital marketing, differentiation. We've talked about funding and so on. So I think we've talked about a number of different areas. But I'm sure you must be having lots of questions. Yeah, madam. Okay, let's talk about failures. Who wants to take that?
Can I see you? I can't see you. Hi, lovely question. So basically, according to me, there are no failures. Failures are actually beautiful ways or opportunities for you to grow and learn more about yourself. So if you talk philosophically, it's really success turned inside out. So as human beings, we are not wired to celebrate our failures. We're wired to celebrate even only our successes. So I think failures are wonderful opportunities for personal growth and development. And in my personal life, there have been many challenges and many roadblocks, which is true for each one of us in the room. But your story has to be a story of courage and overcoming all those challenges. That's where your true success lies.
So incidentally, this fear of failure holds back entrepreneurship tremendously.
Hugely.
Okay, and I think that that scene is changing.
Yes.
Okay, there was a time when you failed in a business and people would sort of write you off. I mean, today people actually think that you learned something out of that failure, and at least he will not do when he is an employee here.
Absolutely.
Right?
You want the mic? Correct. Absolutely.
there on academic success. You know, we have schools in Chennai who call the parents for counseling if the child scores 85%. And I'm like, this is ridiculous, you know. This is ridiculous. So there's a lot of, so the parents get into that because there's a lot of pressure from the school because they have to show 10% results and so many people above 90%. But what we're actually doing is just killing all that passion. You know,
Very nice when you say 85% and 90%. People talk of 99% and 100%.
no, but
in some of the colleges.
Jump in here and say that, when studying abroad, like I went abroad when I was 18, and coming from a school when you're like, oh, if you get a 90 or a 95, you're amongst the geniuses, or oh, you're so bright. But then you go to college and you realize there's just a tremendous talent pool. And I somehow feel, I mean, you'd be able to throw better light on this, but I think the education system elsewhere in Western countries is not as skewed towards, or inclined towards just academics, like how much do you score. It's just it's more well-rounded. So you could be good at theater, you could be good at any number of things, and then you just go there and you're like, so what if you're a 95% or 99? You just sounded like an idiot in front of that person, So I guess that change has to be brought into our education system.
Actually, it goes deeper than that.
Yes, absolutely.
It is 200 years of, colonialism.
Yeah.
Because what happened was that during that time, the only way to move up the social ladder was to either become an engineer or become a doctor or a lawyer, get into a profession, because there was no other way you could move up the ladder.
Yeah, when I was starting off, I come from a family of builders, and most of my uncles and father, they're all engineers, and I said I'm going to go and study fashion marketing and brand promotion as my majors, and minor is fashion designing. So I was said, you're going to be a tailor. Why? So, why do you need to go to UK for education to become a tailor? So yeah.
It's this change of middle class mindset.
And thank
which
God,
then
yes,
drives
yes.
education, drives a whole lot of things.
See, I'd like to look at it as the number of hours taught, because a student can come for one subject or they can come for several subjects. If you really look at it, say in 2008, I think all of 2008 I would have had about 3 to 4 students, that's all. And it was organic, I was not working on it. It was a portal which I had created. I was not doing much on it. It was just, people were just coming in. So today, we get, anywhere between 20 to 25 calls a week, So, of course, the conversions might be different on a case-to-case basis. But to give you a number, of the number of people who are just calling in organically. Of course, now we are a little bit into digital marketing and other things. But it's still, it's a huge change. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a huge change. Yeah, it's a huge change.
For us, the initial challenge was for a year till we actually pinpointed the tools and the exact TG. And now the conversion rate is, I could say, if we come down to pointers, it's 5:3. So which is a pretty decent number.
And would you say the same sort of a transformation
Yeah. That has only happened because of digital.
happening in travel and healthcare?
I think with the whole, explosion of like all the OTAs that we have with the Make My Trip and a Yatra and all of that coming up, I think it happened like about a decade ago. About 6, 7 years ago, people were like, oh, suddenly there was this whole thing of disposable income, and Indians were spending like their Western counterparts. Recently, again, there was this whole thing about, how people, and I read this thing in The Economist as well, about how people are choosing to spend not just in our country, but in the West as well, on more experiences than products, and travel falls obviously within that. So yes, there's been a yes.
Healthcare anyway was always a big market, and it's continuing to grow. There are more chronic patients than has ever been in the world. In our country, with the diabetes capital of the world, we have more TB patients than we can count. There is, but the most important part that has happened over the last few years, and this is from a interaction that I had with a failed entrepreneur actually, who I went to them for an investment pitch, and I told them this is what I do, and this is what I made. They said we made it 5 years back, but we failed. So which was interesting. It definitely I put my mind to it, and I realized that it was the whole YouTube problem. YouTube started in 1999, but it failed. Why? Because there was no broadband. The buffering time of a YouTube video was beyond calculation. So they never picked up. But 2006, it boomed as soon as the broadband came up. So similarly, for a healthcare company like mine, which relies purely on mobile technologies and internet, it's the internet boom. It's the smartphone boom that is really picking up the numbers and giving me the kind of reach that possibly it would not have been 5 years back. So in terms of healthcare numbers, definitely, I can definitely 3 out of 5 people I mean, 200 million, over 200 million at least are just chronic patients in India. 200 million. Come on, that's a huge number.
Okay, I've got two signals that the time is up, but can we have two rapid fire questions and two rapid fire answers? Because there are two hands up. We'll not take more than a minute. Yeah. So, I have got lots of companies, so perhaps I can share. You have to delegate. You have to have a team. You need to have people who are excellent. You need to give equity. You need to do all of that. And by the way, the business that we had started initially, Cyber Media, we were four partners who had started that, three partners who had started that business. Yeah. So where did you raise your first amount of, you bootstrapped? Salary saving. Salary saving.
Savings.
I was a fresh graduate when I started, so it was, yes.
What about you?
Myself and my friend bootstrapped. We said, hey, we need this money to do X, Y, and Z, to buy a website, to hire an artist, to do whatever it was that came next. And we looked at ourselves and saw if we had the funds, and if we did, we would do it. So that's how we started, and we're looking to crowdfund for the next stage of things, because crowdfunding is awesome.
Yeah, so the first money is what is called as the F money. It comes from family, friends, and fools. Okay? And on that note, thank you very much. You've been a lovely audience, and I think a great round of thank you.
The first award is for Devipriya Guha for League of Ionic and Entrepreneurs. Next is for Jyotika Bedi, League of Ionic Entrepreneurs.
I'd like to change the slogan behind every successful entrepreneur, there's a successful family. So I dedicate this award to my family.
The next award is for Dr. Rajshri Krishna Swami, League of Ionic Entrepreneurs. And our last award is for Ankita Mittal, League of Ionic Entrepreneurs. So thank you everyone, all the speakers and all the lovely audience for your. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So thank you, sir, so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A very good evening to everyone present over here. As everything is on schedule, all the dignitaries have very well come on time. We shall start with the session, sub-plenary session. The topic for today is women. It's an honor and blessing for all of us that we shall get a lot of knowledge sharing from all the dignitaries present over here. I just wanted to say few rules about it. We have, as you all are aware, we have 1 hour time, and you all are total 6 members. So 7 to 8 minutes per person. You shall share your thoughts with everyone. So I think we shall start with the session from this way. Okay, we shall start from so yes, voluntarily you can discuss among yourself, decide. Okay, okay.
Hi. Being alive after 5 p.m. is physical and mental weariness a result due to effort and activity, a lifestyle challenge? If all these are your questions, and the lifestyle challenges due to excess buzzing of phones, constant long sitting hours in front of the computer screens, if these are your questions, then IIRM is for you. IIRM is an institute which we founded, which is an International Institute of Reflexology Management, and this came into existence because of my own ill health. It's been a second innings for me when I was 50 years of age and working with the corporate world, Fortis Healthcare, sitting long number of hours in front of the computer screen, just coordinating international business, bringing in patients here. I became a patient myself. And then I realized that I need to heal myself before healing others. So I took a step, took a sabbatical break, and on 31st of December 2014, took the flight for Chiang Mai, Thailand. Along with me, I took my son, who had a problem. He was a dyslexic child. He had a learning deficiency and could never study beyond 5th standard. So I always felt that I may be rising in career as much as I can, but if I don't do anything for this child, I'm not successful or have not achieved my purpose. So that's when I went to Thailand, and we both became students, and I started learning ancient Thai therapies. And we spent a year over there. We stayed there, learned ancient Thai therapies. While learning these therapies, I could heal myself, because movement therapy is what actually made me heal myself. And my biggest achievement was the day my son got 10 certificates, and a 26-year-old boy who could not even spell words. And the happiness that I saw on his face that day, it was beyond explanation. So I just feel that my purpose of life was fulfilled, and I could do the same for many others in India and the world around who have a lacuna in learning or that formal education, but at the same time have their hands which they can use as tools in healing others, healing with the feeling. Now, ancient Thai therapies in India is known more as a massage therapy. And it's taken in a very different light. When I came back, I was so enthused because we had learned it there on a very spiritual angle. And I was very proud to say, I am doing Thai therapies. And people would just look at me from top to bottom, what is she doing? And my children started, literally, there was a tug of war at home. Then what are you doing? You've become a massage lady. I said, no, I'm not a massage lady. I'm healing people with a feeling and actually removing their problems. But anyway, all said and done, I could accomplish myself. And I started teaching in salons and spas. I could put my message across to all the salons and spas in India that your people need trainings. Because in India, unfortunately, we do not have a rule, we don't have any principles laid that the masseurs or the masseurs, they don't have a formal learning experience. So we've started teaching saloons and spas, and I urge to each one of you in any country that you are living, especially in India, that let us make our hands more useful. Let us bring this feeling of healing in our homes, in our spas, in our hospitals, at a very less cost. So IIRM, it offers courses in Eastern and Western modalities in Bangalore. We are situated in Bangalore. But for salons, spas, we go to other cities as well, where we go and teach. So that's all from me. And if there is anyone who would want a foot reflexology, I have lovely hands, and I take pride in my hands, because if somebody gets the feel of my hands once, they don't want to go to anybody else. So if anybody would want to taste the pudding, I am there to offer a foot reflexology or a back reflexology to any one of you. Thank you. That's all for me today. Thanks.
Hello everyone, I'm Ripandeep from We for Women Empowerment. My brief introduction. Our key focus areas as an organization are support innovative self-help, self-financing women groups and initiatives, support access to microfinance and improve transparency in rural areas, build capacity of women on leadership and decision making, promote women ownership, control and participatory governance. Anyways, let's come to the point, the topic which we are talking about. Today I'm sharing my views on uplifting and uniting the world through holistic health and well-being. Well, I am not expert like Reena, but still I'll share a few of my views with you. Well, well-being is about more than a healthy body. It involves a holistic approach. We are in the midst of shift in the global conversation about how we approach health, expanding the focus beyond treatment and surviving to a broader discussion about thriving and well-being. Investing in women's gender equality is at the center of this. When the world's countries and negotiators met last year at the United Nations to make the final tweaks to the social sustainable development goals, one of the big discussions was about the scope and formulations on what today is known as goals. Should it be strictly health and focus on illness and death, or should it be broader and include, for example, well-being? The world's leaders decided on the later, and when the new global goals were adopted in September 2016, it was with this aspirational goal to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. This reflects a significant change in mindsets and approaches. Well-being is much more than a healthy body or functioning health system. It is about a holistic approach to the whole person's being, social, economic, and health-related, and the ability to make important life choices. Well-being entails a level of economic and feeling that you belong. In general, women invest more in their children's health and education than men do. When more girls go to school, GDP increases. When a woman can control when and of intergenerational poverty at Women Deliver, we are thrilled with the enhanced focus on women's well-being, which are underlined by the release of the new report by the Economists Unit in February. When the world delivers for women and gives them a chance to live to their full potential, then Women delivers for everybody. In India, we have Brahma Kumaris who empower women and uplift them with holistic methods. There are currently estimated to be around 1 million students. It provides spiritual education and reflective practices for people from diverse cultural backgrounds, inspiring them to live according to their own higher nature and contribute towards a better world. At a national and international level, Brahma Kumaris coordinates the works in partnership in a variety of projects that provide opportunities for people to participate in activities of social and humanitarian concern. They support local community with yoga and meditation, overcoming anger, the effects of anger on our well-being, and how to use one's energy in a positive and productive way. Positive thinking, exploring the role of thought in shaping our perceptions, sense of meaning and actions, and how to reclaim our authenticity, freedom, and self-mastery. Self-esteem, how to rebuild innate personality traits that contribute to self-respect and self-worth. Stress-free living, understanding, recognizing, and managing the varying levels of stress, worry, and tension, and learning some simple ways to minimize these by making change in the lifestyle. Future sport in providing for empowerment for women and men, environment, leadership, and youth. Other areas of activity includes education, healthcare, interfaith, and places of detention. There are also residential retreat centers which provide a supportive and nurturing environment where individuals and professional groups can explore meditation and the spiritual underpinnings of the personal, family, and work life. So these are few ways through which holistic healthcare and well-being is helping in uplifting and uniting the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Reena and Ripandi. Namaskar. I, Preeti Chadha, welcome you all to India's first International Women Economic Forum. Believe me, this is the first time I'm addressing such a beautiful crowd, such a beautiful ladies. I'm not a narrator and I'm not a storyteller, but definitely share something with you which is close to my heart. Now, what is brought here? I think some supreme powers. Since we are all discussing the upliftment and uniting the world through holistic healthcare and well-being, so the question arises, how do we achieve it? Yes, I think through spirituality and peace. Whether we are seeking worldly success, inner peace, or supreme enlightenment, no knowledge can push us to achieve our goals and provide us as effective a plan for living as spiritual awareness. Everyone has a different notion about it, and we have heard n number of times. According to my comprehension, spirituality is being compassionate, humble, selfless, altruistic, grateful, and to generate happiness. So the list goes on. This impalpable power connects self and beyond. So let's explore what is within us and gain powers to see and be aware of it, which enhances with time and experience. Nothing can bring you peace but yourself. Spirituality connects you with a powerful divine force present in the universe. In fact, I have seen people who live in bare minimum means having more peace and contentment inside. Why? Because inner peace is the secret to happiness and fulfillment. It only begins the moment you choose not to allow external force to control your emotions. So like they say, life is way too short to spend another day at war with yourself. And that reminds me of Dalai Lama's theory, which goes, I quote, if you don't love yourself, you cannot love anybody. So to spread peace and harmony, so to heal someone, one has to love oneself. One has to heal herself. One has to love herself. Once peace is attained, empowerment follows. Nowadays, empowerment has no gender limits. In fact, I have observed women giving a glimpse of their empowerment in every field possible. And yes, I must say, all of you women, all of you lovely ladies are here to contribute to your own empowerment just by being here. Each of you are wives, daughters, sisters, mothers, leaders, healers, contributing towards the society and humanity. And you must understand that in order to empower those you serve, you must empower yourself first. Only then will it create a ripple effect on your own future generation. We are the makers of the next generation. In this vast universe, I am no less and no behind. I am blessed with goddess Ma Kali, a woman again, who has blessed me with the gift of feet reading. Strange, right, but it's true. As I started my spiritual journey, I realized that I am blessed with special attributes. Gradually, I realized that I have an inborn gift. I can predict circumstances as well as what the future holds by just looking at people's feet closely. Feet reading is an Asian science. Even mythology says Raja Janak also got Ma Sita's feet read before her wedding. And also, Egyptians used to take the services of master foot readers. I must tell you, like your palms, your feet can also predict the future. Isn't it amazing? I'm sure it is amazing. So I can see eyes. So feet have their own lines, shapes, designs, modems, color, and smell. So there is no denial that feet play an important role in our lives. By watching them closely, I can see health, valor, wealth, and fame. Again, an endless list. This is only to enlighten you that feet reading is as old as our Shastras. The Shastras are really Gadur Purana, Veer Mitrodaya, very tough names. So, and we have some of our old masters who were aware of it. Valmiki, Manu Simriti, who wrote Manu who wrote Manu Simriti, Narada, Garga, lot of them. So as time passed by, I got eager to spread the awareness of the science. But how? With time, I sought the answer to what I really wanted. I am a gifted and accurate feet reader, but I wanted to do more with it, make a difference in people's life. Gradually, a faint idea of my purpose started forming in my mind. I realized, me and my husband actually realized, that we must create a platform for all such gifted people and bring them under one roof so that people can have the best analysis and horoscope readings done possible. And that's how the portal called Make My Mantra was born, with a deeper sense of purpose to accumulate all astrologers, palmists, healers, tarot card readers, hypnosis, life coaches, coffee cup readers, and many more to come together and share a platform and get holistic readings of their past, present, and future accurately. My gift has empowered me to contribute positively towards the lives of people. I was lucky, but there are many who need to be empowered. There are many women who do not have the opportunity to empower themselves because family and the society tend to pull them back. That's when another platform called Make My Soul was created, with the objective of empowering all. With its growth popularity, the internet has been a major rule, particularly for women to come out and share their lives, their journey, and what they seek. This is where women can bare their souls and find the right person to share all that with and contribute towards her growth. I believe women are beautiful flowers. They inherit the property of spreading fragrance. I would like to conclude with Osho's saying, I quote, "You are rose, marigold, or lotus. What matters, you are flowering." So, and on that note, thank you everyone for being patient with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stacy Sadler from the United States, and holistic health, why it is so special that I've found over the years is that people who turn to holistic health have already tried other methods. They've tried traditional methods, and in the traditional way we do medicine and healthcare is that we rely solely on someone else to tell us what is wrong with us, and then we follow their prescription. And many of us have had experiences with our health where we didn't find answers in the traditional methods. So in the United States, the holistic healthcare industry is booming in the United States. It's a moneymaker right now. It's very, very popular to be working with essential oils or herbs or learning different methods of treatment, hands-on treatment. And I was in holistic health school 15 years ago there, and in the last 15 years, it's been unbelievable how much it is just exploding in America. People really are turning to alternative methods of healing because they're not finding it in the traditional. And this is why I love it. Because what happens in that switch is they go from depending on someone else to know their body to starting to be responsible for their body and then find who can help them. So it's less attachment to, I have this doctor, this person who helps me, or this is the only way of healing. And they say maybe this kind of healing is good right now, and then maybe I need this kind of healing for this other thing. So it's allowing yourself to partake of the many different kinds of gifts that there are, the many different ways that we have to heal. And women are very naturally intuitive to those kinds of gifts, and probably because we're mothers. So we're that first line with our children for them saying, my stomach hurts, or they're lethargic. And we're watching closely and we're paying attention so intimately with what's going on with their health. And so I think that's why women are able to really develop these very more subtle, intuitive healing abilities. And then we tend to ask our sister, well, what do you think and what do you suggest? And we work among ourselves for a long time before we even go into the traditional kinds of medicine. I want to share just really quickly, I was hit by a drunk driver in a car in November, and I wasn't walking very well until about a month and a half ago. And it was really interesting for me because I had to go, in America, I had to go to a Western orthopedic doctor. And I had a feeling to go to one because up to that point, it had been many years since I had been to a traditional doctor because I have I almost completely use holistic methods for healing and health in my own life and in my son's life. But the coolest thing has been happening for me there. So I'm at the University of Utah, which is a research university and medical school. And the orthopedic doctor that I went to, on her list of credentials, so I just went on Google and I searched, and in her list of the specialties that she had, and in her teaching, the word acupuncture was in there. And so I just chose her because I didn't have a doctor at that time. So I chose her and went in to talk to her, and long story short, within the university system, which is a research, medical, traditional, Western medical system, I am finding all over because I've been to several PTs, I've been to doctor of osteopathy, and just so you know, in Utah, connected to the university is something called the Huntsman Cancer Center, the Huntsman Cancer Wellness Center. And have you heard of it? Oh, so it is, because I had a connection through her, in the middle of this very traditional system, they have started a wellness center. And because cancer, there's so much not known. And there are, to the patient, they can't say this will be your outcome. To some, they can say these are the statistics, but they so often can't say this will be your outcome. And so focus is turning toward quality of life. So you go into this wellness center and you can choose if you want a massage. You can choose if you want acupuncture. You can choose if you want to go do an art class. They're offering Tai Chi. They're offering definitely reflexology. But they're offering thing, and then here's the special thing, because it is a donation from somebody from the outside, so it's not connected into the healthcare system. And the goal of it is quality of life, because that is the focus. It's taken off all of the other restrictions that you have with insurance and you know, I'm sure it works differently here, but it takes off a lot of the restrictions. So these patients are going there and they're able to focus on what is helping them feel better. So they're putting the power back to me. So I go in there and it's up to me to know how I'm doing. And it's up to me to know what I think I might need. And I can take suggestions from others, but so much empowerment has happened for me from this car accident, because I was in, I don't know, I'm sure many of you experienced pain in your body, and if you've experienced chronic pain, it's all you think about. And that's where I was. In January and February, there was nothing else in existence for me than pain. And the exhaustion that accompanied that, and not being able to get on top of one or the other. And I have an extremely sensitive system, so medications would just send me into not good places. So I would try them, and then it wasn't good. So I had to figure that out. And so many people telling me, Stacy, you have to figure out how to get some rest. And then one day it clicked in, my only job is to figure out how to give my body rest. And I have a very busy mind. I'm highly engaged in many things in life, and for me to just stop and say, the only thing that I need to be doing right now is getting rest. And I had a really clear understanding that if I would do this, I could just feel it. If I could get the rest, my body would start to heal. And the modalities that we were using with the acupuncture, with the massage, with the physical therapy, and my physical therapist even was trying some different modalities with applied kinesiology and even some energy work in her work. And as they were doing their work on me, I had these people working on me, which was so beautiful and supportive, but the real job was from the inside. But these practitioners gave me permission to do this, and I finally believed them. And that is the potential with holistic health, and I believe in it so strongly, and it doesn't need to exclude anything. It doesn't need to exclude any modality. The whole concept of holistic health is that we are multidimensional beings, and that things need to be addressed based on where they need to be addressed, and it's up to us, the individual, to know what that thing is. Nobody else is going to be able to find that for me. Gratefully, healers are sensitive, and they can help guide us on our path, but really it's a road to empowerment. And women, we collaborate, and we discuss, and we feel things out, and then we repeat ourselves over and over and drive the men in our life crazy. How much we repeat, but in the conversation, we get there. We get there. And we find our answers for ourselves in those conversations. And I just think holistic health it really is this connector throughout the world. I mean, it's the East and West connection. It is the family life to the community life connection, and it's the individual and their connection to themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm simply here to share my story. I have spent the last 2 days listening to many inspirational, incredible stories, and the least I could do is share mine. It's louder. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay. Okay. My name is Lana, and I'm an osteopath, and I've been practicing for over 30 years. Does everybody know what osteopathy is here? No? All right, I'll explain it briefly. All right, osteopathy is under the holistic medical model. it is considered alternative medicine. In Australia, I am considered allied health, complementary. It's a form of manual medicine that's based on 3 basic principles. Those principles is number 1, that we have the ability to heal ourselves. Homeostasis as we know it. I don't heal anybody. I help you heal yourself. I'm just a mediator on that. The second principle is that structure governs function. What do I mean by that? Let's take the analogy of a car. Your car gets you from A to B. If the mechanics of the car is not sound, basically it's going to break down and it's going to cost you. This body we live in is what's going to get us from the day we are born to the day we die. If we experience dis-ease, it'll compromise us in this life, how we live our lives, how we produce, how we create. This is where preventive medicine comes in. So the whole idea is to manage and look after ourselves and our health. The third principle is based on the fact that we look at the body as a whole. We never look at anything in isolation. So if someone was come to me with a knee problem, obviously the first question would be, was there trauma? If not, is it foot mechanics that led to this? Is it muscle imbalances? Is it old injuries? Is it an underlying hip problem? Is there malalignment of the spine? Is there a calcium deficiency? Or are you just afraid to step into life? So we look at the bigger picture. The model of that is mind, body, and spirit. For me, osteopathy is actually a philosophy of life, one that I have incorporated and has got me through in my lifetime. In 2005, I experienced a great loss. I lost my husband of 28 years. And that event basically catapulted me into life. And the reason I say catapulted me, because I had to pull back into myself, deep within, and find a reason, an understanding, a need, a desire to carry on. But what I did find was a great sense of appreciation, gratitude, and a deep commitment to live my life fully in honor of a love I shared with someone else. This led me to making a big decision, which 3 years later, I left my practice in Australia, my children, my family, and I moved to a little island in the Middle East called Bahrain. The reason I moved there was because osteopathy was not practiced or licensed, and I truly believed it was necessary and needed for the people, for the country, and I believed it should be there. I could and I would do it. When I arrived in Bahrain, I obviously approached the authorities, and they basically told me I couldn't, I shouldn't, but I did. This challenge made me step into life. 4 years later, I got my license. I was able to practice my profession legally and openly. It opened the doors to osteopathy and other alternative medicines. But it came with a stipulation, so the story doesn't end there. With it, I had to open a clinic. And so I did, and I now run an alternative medical center called Back on the Move. But unfortunately, I'm still limited, because I was told I could not hire anybody except if they were in alternative medicine. My vision and my mission now is to create a model in Bahrain and take it elsewhere, obviously. And it's a model you'll all have spoken about, of integrated healthcare, holistic approach, a global awareness of what health really is and wellness really is to integrate, collaborate, come together of different modalities, different health professionals, to offer the holistic model. I believe it's only by networking and working together that we can be accountable to ourselves and to others, that we can learn from each other, and that we are supported by our colleagues. So that's where I am today, and my journey continues. Thank you.
So very good evening, ladies, and the very few brave gentlemen who ventured in this forum. And I'm sure you're in minority, but we like the diversity. My name is Nidhi Saxena and run a company by the name of Zoctor Health, which is a home care company and which is using modern medicine and long-term care to support chronic conditions such as cancer, neuropsychiatric ailments, COPD, asthma, post-operative care, etc. So while we have had some very powerful stories about the holistic side of healthcare, let me get into the hardcore data and numbers. And again, my talk here would be basically, the healthcare challenges that we're facing and how healthcare can really uplift women, especially in the Indian context. So a hypothesis that I have is that because women are economically disadvantaged, the access to healthcare is also limited. And that is validated by the statistic in India, wherein almost 48% of our population is women. That is almost 6.5 billion women. Yet, the per capita or the GDP contribution of women is just 17%, which also translates into the healthcare spend on women being about 20% of the total healthcare spend in India. Now, what are the big challenges? These are humongous challenges that we're talking about. Let us start with female foeticide, which is very pertinent in the Indian context again. So about 500,000, which is 500,000 girl children are lost every year due to female foeticide because we prefer to have boys as children, right? The second part is maternal deaths. So in every 100,000 pregnancies that happen in India, 450 women die each year. And that is a higher number than, let's say, all the developed countries in the world, much higher number. The third part is malnutrition. So in our clinical practice, when we talk about rural healthcare programs, we realize that 75% of women have anemia or other kinds of deficiencies, which could be vitamin D, which could be B complex, etc. So malnutrition, and there are about 25,000 deaths a year due to malnutrition alone. And this is also because, the diet and nutrition of women, there's a differentiation and a bias when it comes to diet and nutrition for women vis-a-vis men in the country. Then let's look at the chronic and the long-term ailments. So breast cancer is about to become a big epidemic globally, and 20% of all breast cancer cases are going to come from India. Then there is cervical cancer. There is also the big HIV epidemic. So we are saying that almost 40% of all HIV cases are with women because simply they do not have access to contraceptives. They are not aware, their sexual education and awareness is poor. So those are the kind of challenges we're facing, not to mention the neuropsychiatric health issues. So we are dealing with several old and single women who are living alone with Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, and Zoctor, which is my company, which is providing nurses, attendants, and doctors, and also some bit of holistic, support and integrated medicine support. So palliative care as an example when you talk about cancer, pain management as an area, etc. And so this is the lifeline for some of these women. So again, it seems like the light at the end of the tunnel seems to have been switched off. But then we have a ray of hope. Because many things have changed in the Indian context in the last 10 or 20 years. Now let us look at the provider side. We've looked at the patient side. What is the provider equation? So out of all the doctors we have in India, 17% are women. The balance, 2/3 are men. In rural population, where women population is almost 50%, there are only 6% doctors who are available who are women. So it's a very poor ratio of 0.5 doctors, allopathic doctors, per 10,000 women. So how can healthcare really uplift and transform women is the question or the problem I'm grappling with, and some of you are grappling with here. And I believe there are two solutions to it, or two ways in which this equation can change. The first part is in terms of providing employment, direct employment, and caregiver support. So if you look at the workforce, women workforce in India, we have 130 million women, which is 10% of the total population of 1.3 billion, who are gainfully employed. Out of this, only 1.3 million, which is 1% or less, are employed in the healthcare sector. whereas healthcare is one of the most underserved sectors in this country, and we need about 50 million healthcare professionals in the next 5 years to really be able to support the kind of patient base we are having. Hence, what we believe is that we could have 50 million professionals who could be women and who could be working in healthcare as a sector, and that is a huge employment industry for women in this country. The second part is the problems I just spoke about. There are so many public programs. There are so many public-private partnerships and NGO programs which address issues such as female foeticide or anemia or rural healthcare as an example. So now what my company, Zoctor, which is a startup which is just 14 months old, and we are very close to a Series A round of 10 million. So in that sense, we're a very young company. But 70% of our current workforce is women. These are doctors, these are nurses, these are attendants, these are dietitians, psycho-counselors, physiotherapists. So it's a big women-constituted workforce. That is, I think, one of the contributions. The second part is that having realized that women have special healthcare needs, we have come up with some very interesting programs which focus on, let's say, pregnancy and mother and child care post-pregnancy or postpartum. So here we want women to get back to their jobs very quickly. So we provide services wherein we support the mother and the child, lactation, breastfeeding, losing weight, all of that, and get them to shape quickly. And then the third part is that these are all solutions to the urban population. Now, can we really contribute to the rural milieu, because that is where the big problem is? So we are evangelizing what you call telehealth and telemedicine, wherein we've created Zoctor.com and we have a video consulting module there. So what happens is that we use point-of-care diagnostic technologies, wherein somebody locally will take their CBCs or take their blood samples and other tests. All that data gets uploaded onto my system online, and then doctors sitting in Bombay and Delhi would be actually able to talk to those patients and provide prescriptions and provide a solution to their healthcare problems at a very low cost of maybe under $5 per patient. And after we've provided the prescription and solutions, we work with the public healthcare system, the PHCs, in all these villages to make sure that the medicines that those women need, or the nutritional support that those women need, the supplements that those women need, are delivered either through the government channels and also through some partnerships with pharma companies and insurance companies. So I would like to end my talk on a very simple note, that ultimately it is women who can really uplift women. So my team of women, and interesting enough, I have 3 men who work for me here, is trying our best. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Thank you all the panelists for sharing your valuable thoughts. We have still 10 minutes of time, so if any questions needs to be raised from the audience, they can have a question for the panelists. Any questions?
I have a question for you with regard to the holistic health, at least the studies that are being done in Utah, and to what degree is the treatments or interventions, are they being substantiated for payment, for reimbursement by insurance companies? I think that the treatments are acceptable, but whether or not the insurance companies are actually recovering the cost for them, what's happening with that?
So it's a capitalist society. So insurance is going to catch up because they're going to take money where patients want to give money. So I think it's just happening. Utah is really, it's a fairly small state. I was raised in California, and Utah's a fairly small state population-wise comparatively. And the holistic community is growing so rapidly there right now that they're going to demand that alternative modalities are offered. It will just happen. That transition will just happen. That's a faith that I'm saying there, because they'll have to do the research in order to get the whole medical community on board. The research will have to be there, but it will happen because the demand will.
And is the research currently undergoing right now for trials and so forth to actually determine the?
Yes, and I feel like this wellness center, you just have a whole community of, you're just up on a research campus medical facilities everywhere, and right in the middle of it, you have this wellness center. It's really shocking, really. For Utah, Utah's a very conservative state, and it will just be interesting to see how quickly that blossoms out. And I actually was connected to a primary care physician that they just brought from another state, and her goal is to start a wellness center for the general public, not just for cancer patients. So she's on a mission, to do that. And she's just one person, but almost everybody I've talked to within the traditional system is either using or considering. And of note, I hadn't even thought about this, but they're all women. All of the people that I've dealt with in the last 6 months have been women. I have a nephew who's entering medical school. He's going to become a DO and a doctor of osteopathy, and he has very much in mind to integrate both kinds of learning. So it's just heading. In the United States, it is just heading toward holistic care. We want it. We're not getting the results from traditional medicine that we hope to get, which will include Ayurvedic medicine, which is to us very alternative. Right? Yes.
See, anything that reduces healthcare costs will ultimately get accepted as long as there's empirical data.
Yeah.
So the issue is, how do we generate empirical
data
around holistic care? So you compare and do placebo controlled. So on one side you give the medication, on the other side you give this as placebo and see what is the result.
Right.
So I think it's about producing data, but ultimately insurance would reimburse. And in India the challenge is home health is not reimbursable. So we are doing a lot of lobbying to say that, look, patients save and get a better quality of life by doing this. So I think it's only a matter of time.
And I had a question for you as well.
Go ahead.
It had to do with the employment of women in healthcare. You talked about a phenomenal increase of women working in healthcare. And where would that cost be? Because I know that in India, the healthcare is privatized. And so is there a market that would support that type of employment growth?
Yes, it is, because see, a lot of the nurses, as an example, the healthcare professionals, see, we are all realizing that doctors are in short supply. And you cannot meet the medical needs of a population by just having doctors. You need to have a whole coterie of healthcare professionals. And traditionally, if you see, the ratio of women nurses or attendants or support staff, dietitians, counselors is somehow skewed in favor of women. So if that number really starts growing, and our issue and the bottleneck is really around the training institutes. We have limited training institutes, and every year, you're talking about 10, 20,000 professionals coming out when it should be 1 lakh, 2 lakh professionals. So I think the industry would definitely support, and there is a need, but it's about how do you build capacity.
Actually, you raised a very valid point. We are short of professionals. Are we really short of professionals? You have constrained the supply. Typically, I understand about 3 or 4 lakh hopefuls want to be doctors.
Right.
I've done some rough analysis, purely ad hoc.
Yeah.
At least half those 3 lakh people, that means 1.5 people lakh, can be made into potentially good doctors.
Right.
We have artificially created this shortage. This shortage has been created so that people can make a lot of money in capitation fees and in the misery of the people. Now, why don't we look at it as a problem? If we don't look at it as a problem, and we say there's a shortage, I mean, for 70 years we've been independent, we still have a shortage. Either we people are blind, or we are mad, or we are...
No, so statistically, I'll give you an answer, and I completely agree with your point that there is an artificial shortage or, the capitation issue. So I agree, it's a valid point. But when you look at the population growth and the chronic diseases, you're talking about 150 million geriatrics, and add to that all the other comorbidities such as cancer, neuropsychiatric, all of that. So the ratio today of qualified doctors to the number of patients, in that sense I'm saying shortage, 0.9 per 1,000 patients, which is the lowest, one of the lowest across all countries in the world. So what we are saying is we need to have higher number of doctors, and we need to have a way and a mechanism to kind of bridge the gap between the demand, which is very huge given that we have such a large population. So I buy your point in terms of the commercial interests of, say, educational institutes, etc.
It's not a commercial, it's a criminal aspect.
Criminal aspect, I completely agree.
You're being very polite about it.
Right, sir.
I'm being bitter for the simple reason that's a fact. The second fact I want to bring out to your notice is all doctors don't have to go through a 5-year training. In fact, there was a movement a couple of years back of I mean, some village doctors, etc. Barefoot doctors, China has that. Why can't we do that?
No, absolutely, sir. So for my...
But then my point is, who's going to build up this awareness?
We are going to build it. So as an example, in my business, I am growing at 100% plus rate every month. And the biggest challenge is staffing for me. So what we are saying is, instead of saying that we don't have staff and picking up from the pool, why don't we create a back-end mechanism to train thousands of young professionals across 20, 25 cities in India, pick them up and put them into situations where they can earn well. So there are courses like, there is Pradhan Mantri Vikas Yojana. So GDA course, the General Duty Assistant, where even a 12th pass can technically become an assistant nurse. So I think it is industry that has to be building it, building capacity, and not expecting to take everything from a ready pool. But sir, companies like us, we are a very, very small company right now. So I'm saying somewhere the whole industry has to build that supply.
You see, you're a very small company, and I'm glad some people like you are there. My concern is not that. My concern is, if you have to look at the Indian health, forget about the global part of it. If you don't make noise about it, who's going to make the noise? Not the doctors who are charging fancy fees, not the patients who are being screwed, pardon my language, screwed. And unless we wake up to this thing, I mean, we're just putting our head in like an ostrich and hoping it'll disappear. 70 years have gone. 50%, we have more poor people today than we had at the starting of our quote-unquote freedom struggle.
So the newer models will change the game. These are the models where there is less cost, it's more cost effective and more efficient.
And the second question I had, again, it's a very controversial thing, and I'm purposely being provoking you people for making you think. Human beings is a very successful species. About 100 years back, we were about 1 billion. Now we are 8 billion and growing. I think in the past 40 or 60 years, we knocked off about 40% of the species on this planet. Do we really have the right to do this?
I do not know. I wouldn't be able to answer that macro question because
each one of us, including me. And if we don't have a balanced species, you think the planet can survive? I think you know the answers. I don't know it. Just think about it. Because if we don't have an ecologically sustainable planet, you will not have plant life, you won't have other... The whole thing is a very tightly coupled in. In fact, the Indian way of thinking, we talk about Shanti, Shanti, Om Shanti, that means the people be happy, the vegetation be happy, all of this be happy. We are looking at particular aspects of it because we can quantify it, and the human race is the most vocal and most... forget it. Anyway, you know what and we are just letting this thing go. I think we should have some responsibility for our grandchildren. Thank you.
Okay, due to shortage of time, now we shall proceed for the award ceremony. I'd just like to request Miss Stacy if she could confer the award to Miss Reena Singh. Miss Stacy, if you could, if you could confer the award to her. Ms. Reena Singh is getting the award for her contribution as an iconic woman leader in holistic healthcare and well-being. So, congratulate.
That's already happening. Indians are becoming very capitalistic too.
Well, to create that infrastructure, and India population-wise is going to dominate. You're on the path of dominating population-wise, and education and innovation, you're heading there.
But I have to say that then I always think, because you kept saying, well, who's going to do it if we don't do it? And that's the thing. Moms will do it. Women always have been. We're doing it from the inside. Women are extremely self-reflective, and so we go back, because if we don't have the options of having somebody else help us, we do it for ourselves and we do it for our children. And it would be really neat to cross that over into someone people willing to create the extra structure, the infrastructure to create that. But in the meantime, we'll keep doing it. We just will. It's just what we do. And men too. There are so many male healers as well. But I don't feel as fearful about it, because I think that where we're heading as a world is we're heading toward personal accountability and recognizing that we change inside of ourselves and it changes the whole world. And I really think we're heading in that direction, and we're connected now. I mean, within the last decade, we are now connected. You are now my neighbor, and we will become Facebook friends, and then we will be connected, and we will be influencing each other. And that is just going to get more and more like that. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to request Nidhi Saxena ma'am, if she could confer. Now I'd like to request Nidhi ma'am if she could confer the award to Ms. Lana D. Peters. She's getting the award for holistic healthcare and well-being. So now I'd like to conclude the session. It was really an interactive session. We got a lot of inspirations from panelists' stories, and we look to carry forward this knowledge into implementation, and definitely we will uplift and empower the world by the woman power. So thank you everyone. Thank you all the panelists. We'll start the next session after 15 minutes. Thank you all. Thank you.
Is that obviously their strength comes from
Hello. We are just about to start the next session. We will soon start the next session.
No, we have to wait for 5 minutes?
I think so because I'm not able to see anyone. आप आगे हैं?
How many are there? सभी आ गए. Charging तो आ ही गए. हाँ.
Okay, then great.
Mean
Yeah. Then we shall start. Yeah.
Who's going to be?
If you, yeah, let's begin.
Oh, Atish.
No, let's begin. If you four are there, then yeah. Let's get on time. Yes, sure. You can take your seats. Yes. I'll just inform the cameraman. We'll start in 1 minute. अरे ये कहाँ गए? ये भाई कहाँ गए? अपने? आप आ गए? तो चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं, ठीक है? चार આવી ગયા ચાલુ કરી I think Atishi ma'am, one is missing, right? So we shall start with 4 of you. Okay. Very good evening to everyone. All the panelists have arrived. We shall start with the session. The theme for this session is Women Uplifting and Uniting the World Through Education and Skills. It's a great honor for us. We have Peli Leong, the founder at Accelerated Learning Systems Canada. She is with us. Ms. Carla Walker, founder of Human Education Spain. Ms. Chaitali Das, managing trustee at Rakshak Foundation India. Radha Srinivas, she's the HR director at LinkedIn India. So these are the panelists for us. I request all the panelists, as you all are aware, we are having a 1 hour time. So I think 10 minutes per panelist may be enough. So let us start with the discussion. Voluntarily, you can lead. Anyone can start.
A very good evening. Yeah, yesterday I was attending this this place, the same room, and maybe most of you I know. And I again want to talk about my journey, my activities of Rakshak Foundation. So in Calcutta, I have a foundation which is catering to small girls, children, women, and elder care. So now for me, skill development and education. I'm thinking actually the area where I am serving is the rural and the tribal women. They are less empowered and we are better off compared to them. For me, more than education, skill development for these women are important. Why? Because the basic need is important. You need to have a cloth to wear, you need to have food to eat, then we can think about education. So that is the reason I think that for every woman or every people who are in the suburbs, who are below the poverty line. So for these people, we need to cater some kind of help and extending our helping hand. And it is easy for education. It takes a lot of time to empower, to employ them. But for skill, it is easier, and they can do it at their convenience. With this in our mind, we at Rakshak Foundation, we have started in a very modest way to train these women in the rural sector. Through our Rakshak Foundation, we have a JCO and some members going to the rural outskirts of Kolkata, West Bengal, and they train the girls who are in the veil, under the veil, and they don't come out in public so much, who are not so, to make them presentable, to make them more competent to work as a security personnel, because they lack basic education, not educated so much. So for them, I think this is an opportunity to, to be employable, to skill them to become a security personnel, which again, help the society, because if we have too many ladies securities, so it also protects in a way from sexual abuse, abusing what is happening in the society, or it also protects because they can be employed in the education institute, schools, colleges. Our ladies, our women are also working in the food sector. Our trained women are also working in the hospitality. This is one area. The other area is also we are training the destitute women, the survivors of the human trafficking. So when these girls are rescued, maybe 12 years, 18 years, up to 18 years, when these girls are rescued, so they are in a shelter home, they have to be self-dependent, how to support them. So we train them basically, apart from the education, also the extracurricular activities, something like the skill development. So we teach them to do the tailoring, so that they are into embroidery, knitting, and we have a lot of stuffs made from recycling paper bags, coasters, and katha work, which is very popular across the globe. Our cotton katha work, Bengal made, handloom works and handicrafts. So they are trained to do this. They are they are given this training, and they are doing well. They are engaged. They are happy doing it. They are more confident. And we also have a tie-up with our friends and members of Rakshak Foundation who are designers, fashion designers. So these members also take their stuff and they keep it in their outlets. They also carry with them to the exhibitions across the globe where they are exhibiting their stuff. So in a way, they are also getting a kind of recognition globally. This is another area. So this is the handicraft, tailoring, and the knitting, and this area. And another thing is that we also train the healthcare. It's a paramedical training to these women, destitute women. They are also from jail inmates. Few women, like checking the record after spending the tenure inside the jail, the correction cell, they are not accepted back in the society. So what do we want to do? That they should be again sent back to the jail, or within the human society, they will be again captivated there, or they will be forced to do the crime once again, or they will be forced to do the flesh trading. So, also we are want to empower them, train them, so that they can come back to the mainstream. So what way we should be doing, because they don't have adequate education. So we train them in a paramedical service. Paramedical service means we train them for caregiving, nursing. It's a kind of nursing, because it's 3.5 years it takes a proper nursing course. So for this, they only get a degree of a certificate after accomplishing 6 months. So once they are done, we have tie-ups with the healthcare centers and the hospitals and the nursing home. So we try to, build up that opportunity for them to work in our nursing home and, getting them back to the mainstream. We are also training them to do yoga and also becoming a yoga trainer. So these are the few areas which we are doing as skill development area. Basically, my idea is to empower them, to support them. Now it comes to education, basic education. Basic education, of course, at our government and a lot of corporation schools are there, so they are also helping out giving the free education. But what about the books, the uniform, the shoes, and socks? So this is where, again, Rakshak Foundation come, and we try to support these kids, give them the guidance, some tuitions. Our volunteers from the elder care home and the shelter home, so they come forward and they, guide these children. They share their experience, they share their guidelines with them. So these are the basic things where the Rakshak Foundation is doing. And I want to grow with my members of Rakshak Foundation, and I want to serve the society in a larger way. So I want you to also join me and suggest me in my journey. Thank you very much.
Okay. So hi everyone. Is it okay if I stay sitting? Okay, sounds good. So my name is Radha Srinivas, and I'm the HR director for LinkedIn India. I've been sort of in this role for a couple of years now, and I started my career actually as an engineer a long time ago. Through a series of sort of interesting twists and turns, my career took me from being an engineer all the way to this role of HR, where I'm passionate about people development, and really a lot of my job is about helping create an environment of learning and development for my organization. Additionally, it's like one of my big privileges to work with a company that is looking at empowering the entire economic workforce, if you think about it, right? The professional workforce around the world. Part of what my team does is to help our India leadership understand how to build their connections, connect back to the headquarters, connect to our talent base across India. But it's also about twofold, like helping us build our mission for LinkedIn across India and across the world, but also about like helping our young professionals get the skills and education that they're looking for. So as far as my own journey goes, like I think of, this whole journey of mine has sort of come in 3 phases, if you will. So the first phase was really about formal education. When I started out as an engineer, I was like learning all kinds of solving all kinds of challenging computer problems, but after a while I got more interested in sort of the business side of things, and I found that the fastest way to learn that would be really to go get an MBA, because I was a pretty linear thinker, and then I needed a way to accelerate that educational moment. And so I switched out and took an MBA at Yale. And that was an eye-opening experience because it really shook me out of my comfort zone. But that's what set me down this path of becoming sort of a manager, a business leader, and so forth. The other sort of learning that I had was around how do you take on really challenging work experiences that are completely out of your comfort zone, and therefore you learn through that experience. So when I was with Target, I was chugging along, having a great sort of career, and I was a little bit starting to get complacent, and I was lucky. A mentor of mine suggested that I should look at taking on something stretch that I'd never done before. And an opportunity opened up where the head of learning and development for Target India decided to leave, and someone asked me if I'd consider that opportunity. A lot of people I spoke to then were like, oh, why would you ever want to do that? That's like, it's so different from what you're doing today. And my mentors again sort of egged me on and said, go do this. It's different, it's interesting, you're going to stretch and grow like you never have before. So I did it. And it was a eye-opening experience. I mean, it felt a bit like you're trying to build a plane while you're flying the plane, because I was trying to build a learning organization while I was learning how to do this myself. But huge learning came from there, and that's how I actually wandered into this whole space of people development. And then the third sort of big shift or big learning that I got was from mentors and peers and even my kids. Because to become a leader in an organization, you sort of have to start really learning how to listen. You have to start learning how to pick up what people are saying around you. You have to start coaching, all kinds of things. So my network, my professional network, actually became a huge contributor to how I learn and develop. So that got me thinking. I mean, the reason I'm sort of here today to talk about this topic is, one, because it's part of what my job is. It's part of what I do. But it's also such an interesting reflection of how learning is changing today. And how should we think about learning? Learning is becoming so different. It's no longer only what's in your books. It's no longer what's in just a formal education or a degree. But it's really about just-in-time, organic learning, on-demand learning. I mean, all of us have smartphones. You have learning on your phone today. And learning is becoming sort of curated to each person and what they need to do. I'll give you a great example of this. So I have a maid who doesn't read. She's illiterate. And she cooks for us, and she helps us with doing different things. Now, if I was to try to explain to her all kinds of recipes, I'd be spending my whole life trying to do that. But now what I find myself doing is I WhatsApp to her a YouTube of a recipe that I may have seen, and she just looks at it with one click, and she's able to actually copy it and replicate it in the house. That's learning for her, and she sees it as learning, and she feels as a result incredibly empowered and able to do some things that she couldn't before. So this whole flavor and notion of learning is changing. So I think part of what we all need to start thinking about a little bit as we just think of this journey of uplifting people and learning and education is to sort of explore all of these avenues. It's no longer about just a formal education. It's really about saying, okay, there's formal education. There is learning agility that comes with technology that you can really start leveraging. I mean, how are we leveraging this? Like, I find that most of my learning today comes by using LinkedIn. I have peers, I have who are posting information all the time. Like, you can follow influencers. I follow like what Richard Branson is saying about innovation, or what Modi ji is saying about Make in India, or anything like that. But there are people you can follow and learn from them. There's the learning that comes with you writing, right? So if you go out there and actually write and publish your own perspectives, you get feedback, you get information, and you learn through that process. You start putting your thoughts together. And then there's just learning that comes from MOOCs and online courses, or going to lynda.com, or any of those kind of programs. So it's a very interesting evolution that's actually happening. And when I think of how women need to sort of start thinking about lifting a glass ceiling or doing that, it's really going to come through this kind of learning. It's not going to come from your traditional book model anymore. It's going to be how you curate it for yourself personally. So that's kind of been what my journey has been about learning, and that's sort of what we are trying to inculcate when you think of building a learning environment in an organization. So those are sort of what we're handling now.
Hi, everybody. How are you all feeling and doing? Good? Awesome. Well, my name is Pearlie Leong, and I am a professional educator in Canada. I'm also the founder of Excel Learning Systems, as well as I also created a math system called Simplicity Counts, which is in the process of being trademarked. Well, I am coming from an educator's point of view, how learning should be engaged. Do apologize. Now, there's so much information on what to learn, how to learn, but what I really feel as an educator is to remove busy work. Okay, busy work is something that makes me really, really angry. As when I was teaching in a classroom, and I've seen some of my co-workers who's teaching, and they just let kids do coloring, for example. And that kind of like makes me really angry. But what really tips the scale for me was when I was actually back a few years ago when I was teaching and tutoring actually this one child, one-on-one, and I was taking over someone's position, I would say. I was tutoring. And this child has done about, I would say, 15 workbooks on English, learning grammar rules, and just writing away. And when I asked this child, well, can you please write me a paragraph about yourself? He was about grade 6, and he froze, like deer in headlights. And that got me thinking really hard. What has this child learned? What is learning? Doing a whole lot of work doesn't mean that you're learning. It could be just going through the notion. And that made me really mad because he went through those books and it took him like 4 years. Did he learn anything? No. So as a result, I found that being an educator or anybody in position where you are mentoring somebody, great power comes with great responsibility. And it's something that all of us should really embrace this responsibility and make sure that whoever that we are mentoring, that whoever who is under us, whoever who is we are in charge of, gets to learn the essence of what is really important rather than to send them to do busy work. So as a result, I was really driven from the experience, the shockness, to create systems, learning systems for math and English, which I engaged the Pareto rule. I'm not sure if some of you may or may not know what Pareto rule is. Pareto rule is basically called the 80-20 rule, and to apply into learning systems like. My next point is give the people that you're mentoring or teaching the freedom to create. Now, while it's really important to bring and to teach them skills and basic skills, and I'll give you an example, but it's also really important to also give them the freedom to develop, to think, to create, to imagine. When I was teaching grade 8 in a classroom, teaching math actually, I was teaching them skills on math, on volumes and surface area. And I was thinking, how can I make it really interesting for them to learn and really gets into their soul and they can remember what you've given them in the classroom. And that was where I created this project, a building project, a construction one. I sent them off and I said that you're given $6 million, each one of you. And I want you to build a building and it costs, let's say, $15 per cubic meter for cement. It costs $5 for windows. It costs $2 to paint. Now you're gonna design and construct a building and show me the math. And you should see in the whole entire classroom, their eyes lit up. And what does it tell me? They're engaged. They're excited about learning because it's something that they can relate to and something that they can apply. So, which leads me to the next point, being an educator and a mentor. It is so important that we go through a journey along, not along with them rather than over them. We as educators, each one of us and mentors, we are constantly learning and expanding ourselves. And let me share with you an experience that I have. This was a grade 6 class that I taught. And I was given a topic on rocks. And I was at home, I was thinking, oh my goodness, what am I going to talk about rock? Rock is just a piece of rock. How are you going to teach in the classroom to make it exciting? And I was thinking, you know what, there has to be a way. I mean, how do you even engage children how to learn rocks? So the next day I went to a classroom and I got all of them and I said, well, how many of you like to go camping? And most of the kids raised up their hands and they said, yeah, they like to go camping. And I told them, I said, okay, do you know, and I held a piece of rock, do you know every rock has a story? And they go, what do you mean the story? Well, every rock has a place of origin. They were born somewhere. And they've been to places. And then we went through a journey. We started discovering where rocks come from. They come from different places. They come from different origins. And they have different properties. And from then on, wow. The children's eyes, they saw rocks in a different light. So I feel as educators, sometimes we have to take the extra step and make it really relevant for kids or for adults to learn. That is a responsibility. Well, finally, I feel that education through women is to find what really fires you and what really drives you passionately. Without that passion, it's almost useless to be doing anything. You won't do it with fire. You won't do it with power within. And I really encourage for each one of you who are in position of power, in position of influence, to find that fire that you have inside of you and bring it out and share it with the world. Share it with people that you know. Share it with the people that you're mentoring and see who they are and bring out the best in them. So, having said that, let's all empower each other, bring each other to a higher level, and I know all of you are great, amazing people. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel really lucky to be going last, actually, because you guys have said such wonderful things, and what I'd like to say, actually, I think builds on what the three of you have said. First, about the fundamental needs of women, of humans, actually, and we need to make sure they're safe and they're cared for, and then education on an academic level can happen. Education coming from all different places and being creative about where we find information and how we use information. Again, so important, and especially in the digital age. And your point as well, which was about how we have to ignite that spark and actually really engage students, because when they're engaged, actually our job is pretty much done. I mean, they're amazing and they'll just run with anything. Sorry, I should say my name is Carla. Hi. So I work for Human Education. It's a company that I started just a year ago. I've been teaching for 7 years, so I come from a teaching background as well. I'll come back to the company in a minute, but I just wanted to make a few comments based on the title of our talk today, which was a wonderful title to be given. I'm going to use a couple of notes, just because it's important and I want to make sure I say everything that I had written. So when we talk about uplifting and uniting the world, what we're really talking about is bringing in positive changes and enhancing and forwarding changes which are already in motion. The exciting thing is that we already have the technology, the ideas, and the will to make these changes happen. But what we need to develop and reinforce are the networks, connections, and relationships which will drive these projects forward. We also need to develop our inner worlds, as when our inner worlds are strong, we can move forward with strength, with compassion, and with integrity. And that's how real change happens, as we all know. So, and just to add also that there could not be a better place to be making these changes than in this conference, where we can make these connections and develop our inner worlds at the same time. So I feel personally really lucky to be here. So education. How can education uplift and unite us? Well, like the education we are all receiving just by being here and contributing, education can uplift and unite children as well and young people. It can nurture their inner worlds and can support them in working out how they relate to the world outside of school as well. Unfortunately, in schools in England, where I come from, and a lot of countries in Europe, and around the world actually, that education is not happening, and it's being pushed to the side in the face of academic, rigorous testing and that kind of learning, which actually demotivates children and doesn't really help them. It often not only doesn't ignite that spark, but can put out that spark. And that's something that we really need to work on as educators and as parents and people who come into contact with children, is keeping that spark alive. So that's what my company Human does. We go into schools and we do workshops, nurturing that inner world and helping children to feel comfortable with the world outside of school as well. So the word human, our acronym, stands for the 5 themes that we work on with children. The first, H, being happiness. We talk about what happiness actually means. And it's a discussion that is really important. But I don't know if anyone ever asked you or talked about it with you when you were young. What makes you happy? We're often asked as children, what are you going to do when you grow up? What are you going to be when you grow up? And we're kind of already forcing children into a box and saying, what profession are you going to fit yourself into? We should actually be asking them the question, what can you contribute when you grow up? Or just what can you contribute? The U stands for universal goals. And we speak with the children in the workshop about the things which unite us all as people, which increases their empathy and engages them in lessons as well. The M stands for mind and body, and we speak about the relationship between our thoughts and our bodies and how they're constantly influencing each other. The A is for autonomy, and we encourage children to view themselves as active, empowered learners and individuals. We say to them, you are powerful and what you do matters. The N, the final letter of human, stands for now. We empower them in the present moment and we give them practical strategies to develop themselves academically and emotionally as they move forward in school and in the world. It's a really rewarding workshop to give, and just seeing that light bulb moment go off and the faces of the children, it's a really wonderful thing. And I think that all of us as adults can be sparking those conversations and providing children with the space to have that conversation about what it means to learn, what we want to learn, what we want to contribute. Yeah, thank you. And any questions? We've left a lot of time, so we'd love to hear from you guys. Thank you. Sorry, and just to add self-promotion, I'm really sorry. Tomorrow I'm doing a talk at 12 about the essence of education, so if you'd like to come and hear more about the project, that's where I'll be. Okay. Any questions? Hi.
I'm Shannon from Toronto, and I would love to hear from each one of you about what inspired you to come to the Women Economic Forum here this time.
What inspired me to come? Wow, the opportunity to listen and share ideas with empowered, interesting people. I think that what really creates change is when we connect, when we listen to one another, and when we work together. And a forum like this is just the ideal place to do that. Yeah.
What inspired me to come from Canada to this economic forum is my story of abuse, and the talk that I'll be giving on is called Anti-Bullying, Learning to Speak Up, which is on Thursday, 9:30 to 10:30. in Hall 4. I feel that I've got a message. I was teaching in an Islamic school at one point, and I saw a lot of bullying. And I feel that it's one thing to be lecturing the bully, which I have been, but I feel it's even greater and far more important to be teaching victims to learn how to speak up and stand up for themselves. So engaging my own personal story, how I came out of abusive relationships and how I'm creating change and greater things in this world, that is my motivation. I was stuck in London for 4 days because of visa issues, as well as missing a couple of flights. And I was at a point that I felt like turning back. I didn't want to come anymore. I just feel like taking a plane and just head back to Canada. But I think that moment of wanting to give up, I think that was a moment which I also felt that I have a message to share with this world. I have something to deliver. And I kind of like, when that kind of like jolted me, I said I will make my way here irregardless, and I bought myself a separate ticket and made sure that I'm here to share what I have to share on Thursday. Again, 9:30, Hall 4. See you there.
You guys are funny. So could I take just a bit of both? But seriously, I think what motivated me to come here was a couple of things. One, I think just the concept of All Ladies League just intrigued me. I'm in a business that thinks a lot about networking. It thinks a lot about driving economic empowerment to the world and to the world's professionals. But our world is very much online, and it's very much embedded in what you can do electronically in some ways. In fact, actually just before coming in here, one of the delegates asked me, why don't you guys do offline events ever? And I was like, that's an intriguing idea. And I was trying to come up with a good answer, and I didn't have one. And so in some ways, both those pieces actually resonate with me a lot about why I even considered coming here. The last reason was around just this notion of bringing women together to connect and network. So one of the things which I read an article lately on Fortune about just women in leadership and how women are working so much more these days. So the good news is there's a lot of women who are in the workforce now compared to what it was a few years ago. But the bad news is there's only like 4 to 5% of the top leadership that's actually women. And the reason for that, one of the reasons for that is women just don't network as much. They do spend a lot of time doing, they don't spend a lot of time networking, and networking is the stuff that sparks and ignites businesses and gets economic opportunity going at a very different level. And I experienced some of that today. And so to answer your question, that was the third thing. I was like, I just want to see what it's like to attend a conference or a meeting ground where so many amazing people come together to just, network. So I think it was some of those reasons that inspired me to come here.
Thank you, Shannon, for this question. And I also got to hear that how you have managed to come after such a struggle, and it has intrigued you, it has interested you. That's so wonderful to get to know that. Okay, why I'm here? Because let me start again with my Rakshak Foundation. When we started 23 years ago, I started my life with my husband. We had little money, we had a little car, and we used to dump blankets out of our recurring deposit. And when we used to go to the party on 24th, and eventually 25th is my mother-in-law's birthday. So while coming back home, we used to distribute those blankets on the footpath dwellers, who was not having enough cover to cover them. So we grew, and Rakshak Foundation also grew. We are helping, and right now, I want to grow more, and I'm here to embrace the global platform. I want to do it in a large scale. I also want to quote our Prime Minister's Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, I want the world to be a large family, the way I'm doing my family, I was committed to my family members. Right now that my family has become small because I've lost my parents, my father-in-law, my son has grown up. So I think this is the right time for me to embrace the social cause and to do some work for human interest. And I want to do it on a large scale. Believe me, I never thought that I will be doing so much, but it is a kind of addiction and a satisfaction which is, like inspiring me to do more work. And I believe me, I want to do really, really more work. I hope you just give me some suggestion. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Hello. Hello? Can you hear? Is it on? Hello? Okay. Hi, I'm Valerissa. I'm representing USA. I had a question that's open to the whole panel. It was a point made about how education has become very systematic, and there's a strong focus on state board exams, etc. I was wondering if you guys can, I guess, kind of talk about how you can address this as a challenge, because I feel it creates a lot of frustration for teachers, and it really limits the creativity of a learning environment. So I'm really wondering you guys' opinion on how we can, as women, figure out how to make a change so that we can go to, I guess, an environment like when I was younger where they accepted multiple ways to do things. For instance, math was like you can address different equations different ways, but now it's like you have to do it this way. How do you feel that we should, go back to making it like fostering a better learning environment for students?
Thank you very much, Valerissa. I feel that in education there are some rules that has to be learned first. It's like driving on the street. There are rules, fundamental rules that everyone have to learn. However, after that, not that to go around driving crazily, there are some variation that is possible. So just like in the classroom, I feel that the foundation is really important. To have some pieces, yes, there are rights and wrongs. Unfortunately, there are some systems that's required. However, it should be balanced with creativity. I feel that as educators, we should also not teach blindly. Yes, we have curriculum to deliver, but I also feel that collectively as people, we are given brains to think, and we should process it first before handing it out to students or anyone that we are mentoring. So the piece where creativity comes in is where we give them the foundation and then set them free within certain confines. For example, like the project that I mentioned, the building the building project, give them the foundation, make sure that they learn something first, and then get them to apply and let them set themselves free. And then you're going to see how they learn and how things are involved. So I feel that there should be a balance. In anything that we do, it's good to have balance. But most importantly, I feel that it's not, as educators, not to do things blindly. Sift it out first and then deliver it.
So I want to add to what Pearlie says, which is about, so this is something which actually surprisingly, when I was heading learning and development for an organization, this is something we struggled with a lot, because we'd have a lot of people coming out of the systematic education from Indian schools, and they came to join our company with not a whole lot of curiosity left in them, a lot of rote learning, which was not very applicable, and I would often wonder, like, what did you actually learn in school that has hindered you from being an amazing workforce member? Like, even if you're going back to being a workforce member at the end of the day, what stopped you? What has died inside that is preventing you from being this curious person? And for companies like ours now, we thrive on innovation. And to be innovative, you have to be curious and intrinsically creative. So I think what Pearlie said just resonated with me significantly, because we think about learning as sort of this, I'm sure some of you have heard of this 70-20-10 concept, right? Where 10% is really classroom, 20% is like peer learning, and 70% is experiential learning. So unless as an educator, as a parent, or just someone who's helping somebody learn, if you can't apply sort of that lens to that learning, they're only left with the 10%, and that's the least effective in terms of, it just gives you something foundational, but it will never give you the strength to really think out of the box and do some amazing things. At least that's been my experience as somebody who receives those kids out of school.
Yeah, I just want to add this, Valerisa. It's about her, as she said, that she made the class so interesting, about the rock story. It is very important to make it interesting, education. It is not just only mug up and just put it in the examination paper and that's it. No, it shouldn't be that. I talk about Rabindranath Tagore. I don't know whether most of you heard about Tagore, who's a famous poet from Bengal, and he had his university, which is a very, very famous university, Vishwavidyalaya Shantiniketan, and there he just took the classroom outside, under a tree, and that is how it has become a unique experience for students to be educated there, and it's a very popular way of education. Our grandmoms earlier were not so educated, but yes, their concept was very right, because there were a lot of stories how they have their grandmoms and their experience, and those fables, those are also very interesting, basically empowering the logic, that way. So it is very interesting. It's important to make the education very interesting. I just want to give one small example. My son was in Doon school. He was away to Dehradun in a boarding school, and we were in our parents' meeting. So the teacher, with his attitude, he said, "What to talk about your son? He doesn't pay attention." Then it was a parent-teachers meeting, so my husband was also there. So my husband was almost about to, he's very hyper. He was about to jump and pounce on my son that he is not attentive in the class. And so then I asked him, what does he do? Why don't you make him sit on the first row? Yes, I have tried that also, but he always looked through the window outside. So that was really too much for my husband to bear it. Now he was almost like about to attack my son. Then I just held him back and I said, I think you have to make the class interesting so that he pay interest, and because I have gone all the way not to hear that complaint that my son is not paying attention. So there is some responsibility also lies with the teacher to make the class interesting, to see individual, because they are also paying some time. They are also interested to be in the class, then you make it. For me, then I told my example that when I was a student, I was very poor and weak in maths. So I used to ask the teacher. Once I have asked, I didn't understand. Second time I asked, I didn't understand. The third time, then I hesitated and I forget it. Later on, I'll, understand that. So what I mean to say that it is really important to make the education also interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with what all the ladies have said. I would like to add one thing though. As a teacher, I've heard so many times over the last 8 years, make the class interesting and the children will be engaged. It is true, but I think we also have to think about the system. It's not just about the teachers, because working in a school, you are under so much pressure and there are so many exams that the pressure is on the students, but it's also on the teachers. And we're working in such strict guidelines and we have to cover so much content. And what we should really be thinking about as well is the system. I'm sure we'll agree, but it's really about the system, and to change the system, we have to act, all of us, parents, teachers, and students as well. They have a voice too. And I think each of those people has a different role. So I think students need to speak up and say, Mrs. Lessons are really good, but this exam was really unclear and the question was confusing. It wasn't that I didn't understand what she taught us, it was that the question was written in a confusing way. So many times I've had students get a really low result in a test only because they've used a really obscure word in the question title, and then the fixed mark scheme means that the child can't receive over a D grade or over a 3 out of 10, whatever the marking system is. So we really have to think about the system as well. So it's A, the students speaking up and saying, my teacher was great, if they were, I hope. My teacher was great, but this was confusing for me, okay? Or saying I needed more help and there wasn't enough time because there were so many of us in the classroom. We also need the teachers to speak up in whatever way they can. So speaking to their people in their department, speaking to their head teachers, speaking within the unions. And we also need members of the public, parents, people who don't have children as well. You are part of this conversation. To support teachers if they're striking, to support teachers saying, actually, my child had some wonderful teachers, and saying we're all in this together. And to change that system, everyone has their role. Yeah.
Hi, may I comment or may I share something? I have taught for 27 years in a California community college. And yes, teachers need to and do a lot to make things interesting. But what has happened now for the last 10, 15 years with standards having fallen deplorably low, students are coming out of high school unable to write and even think straight. And there comes a time where there's not much more you can do to make a class interesting. Students, what we are finding now, are more interested in passing the class because they feel entitled to pass. And some of this is now an effect of a certain, what they call the democratization of education, but it isn't the democratization of education. There is a tendency to turn against the teachers everywhere. And this is happening quite a bit in the United States. I don't know about Canada, but well, and also the possibly too much television, too much of the media, which already is at a very low level of, you know, I mean, this tendency towards being anti-intellectual, which has taken its toll. So many of us who really teach outside the box, because in my case, that's the only way I can teach, is to go outside the box intuitively. In a writing class, I make them draw at the end, you know, and things like that. But students also need to know that they are responsible to studying and learning. So it's not all about teachers, because we really get a bad rap all the time. While they keep making the school top heavy. Yeah, basically they keep raising salaries for the administrators and increase positions. You know, we have 3 chancellors for a 2-college district, and then there are vice chancellors. And the teachers are, you know, sort of left high and dry. So there is this disparity which really needs to be addressed. You know, when we were in school, we really respected our teachers. It wasn't about this teacher's dull or boring. We took our studies seriously. There's, you know, yeah. So we need to look at why this whole generation doesn't want to. Yeah. Thank you.
I want to ask a question from all of you. Hello? Yeah. I want to ask a question from all of you. Why are we teaching spirituality when children pass out of school and maybe in their 30s? Why isn't spirituality taught in schools? Because teachers are not teaching something which is in sync with their spirit, which is in sync with their soul. So students don't understand. You know, I was holding workshops for children in St. Columbus. I think you know that. and it's one of the boys' school. It's a boys' school, and I was doing workshops on sexuality, spirituality, and success, the 3 S's, and children were very, very receptive because most of the children hadn't even heard of what is spirituality. It is a sense of being, and what is sexuality is a sense of being a man or a woman, that is a sexual identity, and success is a sense of material achievement. So the whole sense is not taught in schools. So children do not understand, it's being taught in, even parents do not understand. So children who have not, whose parents are busy buying from one flat to another flat, and they're busy paying EMIs, and they don't spend time with the children, and children are all the time left to the television and to the schooling of the teachers who are going by systems. How do you blame the poor kids? I don't think so. You can blame the kids.
Completely agree. Thank you so much for that comment. Yeah, completely agree. We should be teaching spirituality. In my workshops, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. So thank you for your comment. It's really nice to feel like we're all kind of on the same page. I don't actually use the word spirituality because unfortunately in Europe, as soon as you say the word spirituality, people shut down. It's
They don't, you are not teaching spirituality as a sense of being, as a third dimension, which is belonging to the universal spirit, right? That is spirituality. What is being marketed as spirituality is basically just sitting in the yoga rooms in a fancy place on a wooden floor, and that is not spirituality. Spirituality is my sense of belonging with you, my sense of belonging with the tree. So who teaches them that, right? It's a sense of belonging to the universe, which cannot be quantified, right? Which can be felt. So you are not teaching a feeling. How do you teach a feeling? You relate to a feeling and you grow. Let the children grow and understand. Parents do need to spend, the modern parents, there's so much of material insecurity in the world today that the modern parents are running from one income level to a higher income level to give children BMWs and whatever. We all do that. We all want to secure our children's material future, but we are not working hard towards securing our children's, spiritual empowerment. There's more drug addiction in India today amongst the youth. I have 2 children, one is 28-year-old and one is 25-year-old. And I see children all over my house all the time. And there's more smoking, there is more drinking, there is more, watching pornography. Everything is happening here under the garb of westernization. Who's controlling it? Because mother is somewhere else and the daughter is somewhere else, right? The father is traveling all over the world and he doesn't even connect with his children except on a WhatsApp. So how do you know what is happening in children? Children have no sense of direction, and who are we to blame? We ourselves. Because we are making sure that we give them the best cell phones. But how much time do you spend with a child to understand what is really ailing him, right? What is really ailing him?
Exactly, thank you.
I feel very passionately, and I really, really advocate that every parent should spend at least 1 hour before children go to bed with them, talking to them, understanding why she's depressed or why she's happy, and kind of bonding with them. But a father is coming from a conference like this at 12:30 in the night. He's had 2 glasses of wine and he wants to sleep. Mother is coming from a conference like this and has had 1 glass of wine, wants to sleep. Dinner is all eaten and laid down. Children are in their room. Their friends are in their room and they're smoking. So who cares? Who cares?
We care.
That's what I'm asking. How many of us care? Look at the whole world. Look at India, where it's going. 1.2 billion population and 30% are youth. And where are they all going? 30% of youth of 1.2 billion population. Do you know where they're going? There's so much of drug addiction which is in Punjab. I belong to Punjab. And why? Because Punjab is affluent and they have nothing to do. They have no aspiration. Because the aspirations, all material aspirations are satisfied and they do not know where to go from here. So where do we take them from here? We have to skill our children in professions or in vocations which are untried. Maybe we can give them some ground hostess jobs. We can make them glamorize something. We can glamorize new professions, new vocations. When I was a kid, I was in 2nd standard, and I think that was a fantastic way of teaching. We were the bright children in our class, and there were also children who were weaker, and there were also children who were weakest, right? And the weaker children are very scared to ask a question, right? Because they know the brighter ones will smile or some will quirk and all. So what our teacher was doing after the school, each bright children was given a group of 4 or 5 or 6 weak children, and we were made to sit in a ground with one bright child and 4 weak children, and we were supposed to teach them the whole day's lessons. And they were asking us questions. So we had I had one group of children around me, another bright child had another 5, 6 group of children. So we were teaching them, and in the process of teaching them, we learned our own lessons once again. Yes. In that very day. So that increased our intelligence and supplemented their intelligence, which I thought was a great day. Where is that practice gone now? Where is that practice gone? And in India, we used to be taught moral science in school, and now we don't have moral science. Do you tell me that moral science, there are no morals in society today, so they scrapped the morals? We were taught moral science, even if I did not pay attention during the moral science class, because we were the backbenchers, naughty girls. But somewhere around that moral stuck, that something called morals exists in society, right? But today, there's no moral science subject in our class. Why? I mean, I'm asking our Indian colleagues, why have we scrapped moral science?
I don't know, I can't answer.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I agree with you. But there is peer learning in schools. But again, the dynamic has shifted. The interest isn't there. We get them in groups to peer edit and so on and so on. And they end up chatting. And then, yeah, there's not much we can say. And about moral science, I remember that too. Interestingly, it was largely Bible-based. But which may be, something people don't want, but it could be universalized, and that I agree with, absolutely. And yeah, so peer learning communities, jumping out of the box, because after a while the box gets smelly, that's what I tell them.
I just want to make a point. I know that you have a lot of grievance and you have talked all the negative about, 1.5 billion of Indian, what is happening. But yes, we are also talking about education. We were really thinking about the system, which should be really interesting for students. And earlier, that's what I was just telling, I think before that when you had just walked into the hall, I was also talking about our values, which we got from our grandmoms, who had no basic education, like most of them were not graduate. But they had their values and tremendous sense of logic. Even I would say they were also entrepreneurs, because a lot of grandmoms, those days, they used to make, those pickles, knitting, embroidery, lot of stuffs, so that was, I would say that is entrepreneurship in those days. But today, our nuclear family has become very small. We don't have that joint family. We lack that affection. Okay, so those things, we are struggling. Our mom and dad, they're also struggling to get good money so that they could give that proper education and that standard at par with others, So that is also important. But yes, we shouldn't forget that those values are very important, and that will bind all of us.
Hi, ladies. I think we have to wrap it up. We're running over time. Thank you so much.
Please be seated. We need to confer awards to 2 of our panelists. Just please be seated for a minute. I'd like to request Chaitali ma'am if she could confer the award to Piali Leong ma'am. She's getting the award for iconic leaders in education and skill. Thank you. Now I would like to request Radha ma'am if she could confer the award to Kala Walker. She is also getting the award as an iconic leader in education and skills. So, thank you all the panelists, thank you all the audience for your patient hearing. We shall conclude this session. Very good evening to everyone, very warm welcome to everyone. We are just about to start the last session, sub-plenary session of today. And the topic for this sub-plenary session is women uplifting and uniting the world through peace and spirituality. All the dignitaries have already arrived. I'd like to just introduce them in brief. We have with us Sureka Kothari. She's a hypnotherapist at Body Mind Soul Center, India. We also have with us Deepika Kumar. She is a Reiki practitioner in India. We also have with us Natasha Mahindra, owner of Anam Kara Yoga Retreats, India. We also have Ms. Janine Lee, representative at International Women's Peace Group, Korea, and Aditi Sharma from India. So we have 1 hour time, and I think 10 to 15 minutes per panelist would be enough. So voluntarily you can initiate the session.
Thank you. Can I stand and talk? Okay. I can sit and talk? Okay. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the day now, with energies depleting, we are going to talk about uplifting and uniting, which tells us that energies should be really boundless. And those of you who are tired, I hope you're not so tired. We'll try to think of uplifting, especially because we are women, and women have boundless energy, right? Everybody agrees with me? Okay. So, I came across a very, very cute quote, which I must read out to you. So it says, "Women are angels. When someone breaks their wings, they continue to fly anyway on a broomstick because we're very flexible." I thought that was amazing because it really speaks of, in one quote, the potential of women, the tenacity of women, the resilience of women. And when we consider who we are, and we're all powerhouses, and I'm sure a lot of us don't know. We manage day-to-day affairs, but we don't challenge ourselves enough. If we did, we would actually realize who we are. So this topic is so exciting for me because it kind of inspires all of us to think beyond what we have achieved to what we can achieve. I know it's very lofty to say uniting, uplifting through peace and spirituality. It's a huge onus on the woman. So this morning I attended a talk where the gentleman said, do you know the difference between men and women? That the left and the right brain are, for the men, there are 4,000 connections, but for the women, between the left and the right brain, there are 40,000 connections. So you can imagine how much multitasking a woman can do, how much tenacity she has, and if you really look at her, she's been taught right from childhood. She's a natural manager, she's a financial controller, she's a mother, she's a wife. She does work inside the house, and she thinks like her masculine side comes to the forefront when it concerns managing the home in financial terms or whatever. And then she is also a bundle of receptivity, which is why we say woman is the pivot of a home. But today, in this era, it's a woman's era. And woman's era because periods go through cycles, ages go through cycles. Today we have arrived at the age of knowledge, the age of technology, where actually the productivity has to lie within each individual. So I'm not denigrating the men, I'm just saying that today is a day when we have to stand together to unite the world and uplift the world. It's not only a woman who has to do it, but every citizen of this world. So when we talk about a subject like this, the first thing that comes to our mind is, what is spirituality? So Jagat Guru Jaggi Vasudev, I don't know, a lot of you would have heard of him. He said something very beautiful. He said, spirituality is not about the atmosphere or the environment we live in. It's about the atmosphere or environment we create within us. So as such, the different connotations we have of spirituality really take a knock, because we are pretty limited in the way we think of spirituality. We think it's religion. We think it's developing cults, maybe going to certain meetings where you talk spirituality and come home. It's none of this. It's something way beyond. And what is way beyond is that spirituality actually comes from the word spirit. And the spirit means the soul. And soul is who we are. So when someone tells me, I'm not interested in spirituality and I don't want to study it, and I think to myself, am I asking you to study history, geography? This is something that we are. So how can you study it? This is who we are. So when we talk of spirituality, and we can actually develop the means to becoming wholesome souls here for a reason, then I think that karmically, what we are going to do here and why we are born here, birth after birth after birth, can also create a new environment for us and a new enlightenment for us to go that extra mile or those extra miles to influence the society, to influence your family, and indeed to influence the world. Because if all of us worked within our own spheres of influence, with that honesty of being a pure soul, imagine what this world could become. It would really, really become an amazing place to be in. Today, women are coming into their own, have come into their own, but sadly, there are pockets in this world where there is still a lot of domination going on, still a lot of second citizenship amongst women going on, a lot of abuse that is going on, which really speaks of a technologically advanced world, but humanly not a very advanced world. So if you really look at it in terms of the spirit, we live in a world of polarities. So there are two polarities, the masculine and the feminine. The masculine polarity is the right side of our body, which is a world of actions, which symbolizes our outer world, our external world. And the left side is our feminine side, which actually symbolizes our receptivity and our inner worlds. And because the feminine side is receptivity and our inner world, women have been given this onus because the women are far more capable of doing this job, of uniting, because they're already doing it in a family. And they would, if given a chance, do it in the society and further as well. But in today's day and age, women have gone out and a lot of emissivity is also seen. So this age is one of balancing your emissivity with your receptivity. And that is when you can actually organize peace within your families and extend it outwards and outwards onto the world. But for that, each one of us has to be able to do it. Women have to have the exposure, those who don't. Women have to be able to think in a very enlightened way. And if they do, and when they do, and they definitely will if they're supported by their families and the people. I have seen cases, and being a hypnotherapist, I've done one-to-one sessions with very, very tragic issues where people have come to me and with so much potential have not been able to achieve that potential because the family will not let them. And these women come with a lot of physical problems, a lot of physical issues, emotional abuse, bad treatment at home, and they're really not able to achieve their full potential. So when we talk about women uplifting and uniting the world through peace and spirituality, I think first we need to cultivate the spirituality. If we do, then peace will automatically reign in all our worlds. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Deepika Kumar. I also am speaking to this on this topic because it's very, very close to my heart. Everybody feels, why spiritual? We don't want to be spiritual because then we can't live our normal life very well. But it's been my experience, it's been my learning, and it's been what I've seen is that the more spiritual we are, the more we enjoy our life, the better we handle everything. The more we stay connected with our inner energy and with our source energy, we always keep ourselves at an optimal level. So whatever comes on our way in any area and any aspect of life, we are always ready and we are always able to cope with it beautifully. The other thing is we also start seeing divine timing, divine manifestation, synchronicity, and all these things, all these words which sound very magical, but they are very real because we all have access to it. Well, it's just start accessing, start shedding off those layers of disconnection. And connection, that's another thing I really want to talk about, because we are all really connected at a soul level. If you are not happy, I can't be happy too. I may think when I feel myself separate from you that I can be happy. But you know, when I start really looking at the reality and I start going deep inside, I can never be happy if anyone else, if you are not happy. So that means there's such a deep connection between all of us. And that is what we are always looking for in our lives, to feel connected, to feel united with each other, to feel supported. I think spirituality helps us a lot because it really breaks away the barriers. It breaks away your shields. It removes your judgments. It removes your distinctions. And you really start looking at each and every person as a part of yourself. So that is something else that spirituality is for me. And another thing I want to talk about is healing. I mean, when you start being a spiritual seeker, you start by healing yourself. But as you start growing in your spiritual world, you start realizing that everyone else is just a part of you. And then you start wanting to heal everyone else because you don't feel separate at all from anyone else. So this has been my journey with spirituality, with connection. And I think it's really important for all of us to explore, because when we all start exploring and we find our energy, the kind of power we create can be unimaginable. Like Dalai Lama said, if children are taught meditation in school just 1 hour a week, we can eliminate violence from the world in 1 generation. One more thing I want to talk about is love and fear. I think the only truth is love. We only work towards love. God, religion, everything. When we seek that, we are just seeking that divine, unconditional love, which is ever present and ever flowing in all of them. And in all of us. And when we separate ourselves from that love through our conditioning and through fear and through guilt, so we move away from what we are. And the more we move towards love, the more we connect with our inner God. So that's what I want to share with you about my journey, about my experiences. And I'm really happy to be able to do that today.
Good evening. I'm Natasha Mahindra. When I sort of started brainstorming about what I wanted to speak about, I sort of just decided that I'll speak about my journey. I'll just talk about how I sort of came together in creating a yoga retreat company and bringing communities together. I think when I was sort of putting this speech together, I thought to myself, you know, what should I talk about? Will people connect to what I have to say? Is it relevant? But it kind of took me back into that moment of when I open a retreat. And I open a circle at a retreat, and I introduce the retreat. And I see this sort of like eagerness in everybody's eyes. It's almost like they're ready to do exactly what I want them to do. And I sort of realized at that moment that I should just surrender to the moment. I should just sort of speak from the heart. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to speak from the heart and speak about Anamkara retreats and what that's done for me as a person. So I decided then that, you see, when I decided to become a yoga teacher, my family weren't exactly the most supportive about it. Especially becoming a teacher was a little bit of a joke because I wasn't the most grounded or the most, peace-giving teenager. I was quite the opposite, actually quite rebellious. And I never really thought that I'd be sharing my love of yoga with people, releasing their fears, teaching them sort of how to release, life stories, guiding them through meditations. But that feeling sort of, I think I came into it with a lot of non-judgment, and that turned into my biggest strength. So at these retreats, I realized when I first started to do Anamkara retreats, it was really about my love of yoga and travel. And I never really had any future plans or goals for it. It was really just, let's share this love. And I actually printed my first business card just before this conference because I just never thought that these things were important, But when I started working with people at the retreats, I saw this magic unfold. It was almost like people that didn't even know each other were coming together. It was like they were meant to meet. They were meant to hold the space for one another and release fears. I saw like strangers talking about their most innermost secrets. And they would leave these retreats almost shaking off things. And that's when it sort of struck me. And I was like, almost like, wow, this is it. It's really about dropping the masks. It's about bringing communities together. And I don't know if it's about women uplifting or we need to come together as communities and just drop the masks. And I started working more around these concepts, and I started seeing that people really needed this space, and they needed people to support them through this journey. And it just wouldn't happen with it being, of course you can do it on your own, you can have your inner callings, but this coming together of people, this coming together of and working towards this goal of just, dropping a mask or letting go of, it could be maybe something, a really intense life story, or maybe a bad habit, something like smoking, or, an anger issue. I mean, so many different things. But it was this community gathering that I felt really helped that process. So if you've seen, the name of my company is Anamkara Yoga. And Anamkara is actually a Gaelic word. It comes from the Celtic tradition. Anam is soul and Kara is friend. And we believe, the Anamkara in Celtic tradition, they believe is your spiritual guide and is your spiritual teacher. And anybody and everybody can be your Anamkara. It's not that you need to be a guru or you need to be some, really, well-educated yoga teacher, but an Anamkara can be a person you met on the road, and that Anamkara can show you what that person needs to show you in the moment. So for me, the meaning of that really struck, and I wanted to call my yoga retreats that because I feel like as we come together and we meet our Anamkaras, and we meet our soul friends along the way, we kind of, see our reflection in them. And then we begin to drop the masks. And we begin to sort of let the magic unfold for everyone. And yeah, it's just sort of every retreat I do, I learn so much from. And I just hope that people, and I hope one day, maybe you guys will come to Anamkara gathering and you'll share this with me and people and experience, this sort of, I don't know, it's sort of like this. I feel like I'm doing a ritualistic ancient gathering in a way. So yeah, thank you so much for listening.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. My name is Jenny Lee from the organization IWPG, which represents International Women's Peace Group from South Korea. So first of all, I'm very confident with this topic because I can share what I experienced and my idea regarding this topic. So, the IWPG is International Women's Peace Group, headquartered in South Korea and working for the peace activities. And the chairwoman of this organization started voluntary work to make a peace in this world, and I joined this work as well. And what I experienced to this organization is the women can do it. That was the quote that I have in mind with doing this work, because we all are women. Even I am not married and I don't know much about the heart of mother, but we have a mentality of mother as a woman. So as a mother should protect their children and youth. So in this world, there are a lot of conflicts and terrorism. Even in the country where you live is not in peace, but somewhere in this country and somewhere in this world, terrorism and war is happening. So we, as a mother, we need to protect youth and our children. So this is the motto of this organization, IWPG. And under this motto, I believe that women can make a heart together and achieve peace together to protect youth. So also that in this organization and myself is trying to do is support and amending international law that we can protect youth under name of peace. So we are collecting signatures from youth group and also women group that we can amend this international law to protect peace, to protect youth under name of peace. So we are trying to do this right now, and we believe, and I believe definitely that women can do under name of peace if we make heart together and come together and do some kind of action as a woman. So this is what I experienced and believe in my mind that women can do everything for youth and also for peace if we gather together. And thank you for listening.
Hello, good evening everyone. I am Aditi Sharma. I'm representing my NGO, We for Women Empowerment. We work for women empowerment and upliftment of women. So as per the topic, the women uplifting and uniting through peace and spirituality. For me, spirituality is meditation. So I'll be talking more about meditation. Meditation is the search for inner peace. For many, the word meditation conjures up the image of a saffron-robed Buddhist monk sitting in the lotus position while chanting a mantra. With this notion in mind, one could be forgiven for thinking of meditation as little more than exotic navel-gazing. In fact, the term carries much more meaning, and when correctly understood, its practice can be of immense value to each of us. Sometimes we do have moments of inner peace, of altruistic love, of deep felt confidence, but for the most part, these are only fleeting experiences that quickly give way to other less pleasant ones. What if we could train our mind to cultivate these wholesome moments? Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is good. If there is any excellence, and if there is any worthy of praise, let your brain be do it. I'll be talking of some of the spiritual leaders all around the world, like Malala Yousafzai, you all know. She was shot by the Taliban for standing up for the education of girls and has been electrified the world with a determination and courage in the face of ignorance and fate. Amma, she is the hugging saint in India. She is known as Mata Amritanandini, known throughout the world as Amma. She embraced the world, a global network of charitable organization and project. Sunma Tenzin, Sunma Tenzin Palmo is a Tibetan Buddhist nun and the founder of Dongyu Gatsal Ling Nunnery in Himachal Pradesh, India itself. Sharon Salzberg. She is a meditation teacher and author too. She co-founded the Insight Meditation Society in Barre and has played a crucial role in bringing Asian meditation practices to the world. Now, I would like to draw your kind attention toward women's spiritual sense of life. Waking up the feminine qualities is the way she gives herself to life. She cannot find fulfillment outside her being, except by accepting herself completely and consciously. And acceptance means not only becoming aware of her being a woman psychologically, but also becoming conscious of her feminine qualities and her role in the world. Her spiritual sense of life is that of turning people's limited vision to the essence of the world through the wonderful manifestation of her femininity. The woman has got the principle of creating the universe. In her, the principle makes everything move. So in the end, I would like to say a beautiful quote of my Guruji, Shri Shri Ravi Shankara. Spiritual knowledge improves intuitive ability, innovative ability, and communication. Thank you.
Thank you. We have still some more time, so let us start the question answers session. If anyone have any kind of questions, the session is open for discussion.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for giving us insights as to what it is that we as women we can do to uplift and unify the world and bring about peace through spirituality. I say that because I feel just now the world is most conflicted. And this conflict is just not only in the war fields, it's actually right at home. Because of the various gadgets we have our most vulnerable, who are our children, really being targeted. And through that, because they don't have much to run towards strengthening themselves and getting peace through spirituality, they end up being very conflicted. So I am very, very keen to hear from the panelists how we can use our vulnerability, the fact that we are so vulnerable. As women, we are being thought of as the weaker sex. As children, we are being thought of as people who are not able to defend ourselves. Yet, a lot of the peace and healing that we have had, especially through the yoga that you've just mentioned, whenever we are exposed to, we are given the space to share this vulnerability, we feel connected. And through that, we unite through our spirituality. And with that comes a little bit of peace and comfort. And I get that the answer lies there. You mentioned a little bit about this morning session where we were taught, well, it was mentioned to us that through quantum physics, we actually realized that we are not the individuals that we thought we are because of the materials that we are. But we are actually connected at the very, very basic level. And it's if only we could get that into our hearts and into our heads and into our behaviors, maybe this evasive peace would actually be within reach. Maybe you can just lift us a little bit as far as that is concerned. Thank you.
I'll just add something to that. So it's really interesting that you said, you were talking about how our vulnerability as women, if we look into the ancient traditions of ancient sisterhoods, if we talk about the Native American women, we talk about the Kaula Tantra women of Kashmir, we talk about West African women, tribal women coming together, I think that we've lost that. I think as women, we don't do that anymore. We don't sort of come together. I mean, obviously, we can't generalize that, but I think we've kind of gone into this space of maybe jealousy and competition a little bit. So this coming together of, sharing grief or happiness or childbirth or sort of, dancing around a fire, that sort of a thing, celebrating through dance and music. And this is something that I feel that as women, and I do a lot of women's retreats, where it's like women heal each other. And we're very beautiful. and beauty is very healing. And to, see a beautiful woman dance in front of you, or unleash her sexuality, or, be completely vulnerable and not judged by what she's supposed to be. I feel that's something that if we can bring more of that back within our own sisters, our own sisterhoods, and start creating these sisterhoods and keep them, because I think we all know that we all have our best friends and we really can't survive without them. So that's sort of what I feel about it.
I want to add on a little bit to this. So in the commercial age today, we've become more vulnerable because our needs and wants, we don't know the difference anymore. If you talk about needs are very, very few. You can lead a very simple life. But because there is so much available to us now, that we forget, and we forget that we don't need things, and we start wanting things. So our desires have become so rampant that we don't know how to balance ourselves anymore because there's so much available. And because if you're an affluent person, then you automatically tend to acquire more materialistic gains, which your children see. And then your children are obviously going to emulate you as parents. So it goes on from generation to generation. And then you have the more means of materialism that you acquire, the more you start getting attached. And with attachment comes mine and thine. And then when that happens, then comparisons start, and it's a vicious cycle. So what happens is that the spirituality is lost because, unfortunately, it's not taught in schools. Sometimes we're not able to teach it at home because the peer pressure with children is so much in schools. So unless you have parents thinking the same way, your child is going to get all kinds of inputs when he or she comes back home. You will find a lot of things that are on the child's mind, which actually you don't want there. But you don't have a choice because the inputs have been given by the society, by the school, or whatever. So which is why it's very important to go back to spirituality, to teach values to parents and children and teachers, I would say. We have a lot of programs going on where we actually talk to the parents because they are also limited because they have been limited by their parents. So you can only teach what you know. And there's no judgmentalism or no blame here. It's just the way it is. So from here, where are we going? We only need to go further and improve. So if we have to improve, we have to bring in spirituality. I don't know which session is it that we attended where they said 2,500 people meditating brought the crime rate down by 30 to 40%. So you can imagine what Aditi spoke about, the meditation, which is so important. So if we work for world peace, sitting in our homes and meditating and praying towards world peace, and if we have a forum, international forum for meditation, you can imagine automatically how much we would benefit and start teaching spirituality in schools. We used to have as kids a subject called moral science. I don't know how many of you will identify with that. But you know, that moral science became our life, the way we lived life. And it was taught to us in school. It was such a small thing. We didn't think twice, but we learned to live that way. It's not taught anymore. I went to my daughter's school some time back and I said, sir, we had this moral science. Mrs. Kothari, what are you saying? You're so obsolete. Where are you coming from? I mean, come on, this is the modern age. So then, if this is the way the authorities of the schools are going to be and the principals of schools and colleges are going to be, so how enlightened are those people in authority that we can even talk to them? So the best way is to teach spirituality wherever you can, to teach the soul, teach karma, tell people to be good human beings, honest human beings. And of course, there is corruption. There is a lot of the societies have degenerated. But we hope that life is a cycle and therefore what goes down has to come up. That's the scientific principles. So we have to wait for that to happen with our own effort.
I really enjoyed the speech, ma'am, your speech. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Sorry.
My name is Surekha.
Oh, yeah.
Surekha.
Oh, yeah, yeah. My first question is, I'm from Korea, so I don't really understand well about spirituality. It became it's a smart society, very fast, very effective, but I think we are losing spirituality. I'm seeing many spiritual leaders here. So I think they are very spiritual, but I can't define what spirituality is. So my first question is, what is the difference between spirituality and ethics?
Spirituality and?
Ethics.
Ethics.
Ethics. And you're saying that the schools don't teach spirituality in classes. And I can't imagine how teachers can teach spirituality in classes. So if you have a plan or a kind of way to teach students about spirituality, can you explain a little bit more about that? Yeah.
Sure. Well, as I was saying earlier, we learned a subject called moral science. Now, moral science is self-explanatory. It's morality. So how do you define morality? So your ethics comes into that. So ethics is a part of spirituality. It's a very huge part of spirituality. Because ethics is how we behave, how we think, and especially how we behave towards others. Are we responding or are we reacting? Are we tackling issues in a larger context, or are we only living for ourselves? Spirituality and ethics is all of that. So when you talk about teaching in schools, of course, children don't understand huge words like spirituality, so you have to break it down into very basic components of how they behave. You teach them respect in school, you teach them respect at home, you teach them how to behave towards each other, you teach them not to practice cruelty, which children do with each other without knowing sometimes. You teach them not to bully each other, you teach them connectivity, you teach them how to share. And once they go home, you know, there are a lot of people who say, you know, my kids are different when they go to someone else's house, and they're different when they're home. Why? Why? So there is something lacking. Why can't they be the same anywhere they are? So that is very important, and this is what we start with in school. Start teaching that, which they extend to the home and then to the community, then to the society. We also teach them some form of social service, some form of charity, right from school. We had an Indian system in the Vedic times, which was superb. So we had 4 levels of teaching. So when the child was a student, it was called brahmacharya, which was before you were married, you were a student. Then you went on to being a householder, and then your principles were, of course, respecting your parents, doing your job, bringing up, getting married, bringing up a family. And the 3rd level was called Vanprasth, which is the time when you hand over the keys to your children and you move into thinking about your next life. And then the last is sannyas, which is actually you give up the worldly riches and you retreat and think of your afterlife. Now, this kind of thing, and students, when they were students, were taught by a guru, and they were taught all of this that I just told you about. And that system was so beautiful that everything, the whole society was so regulated and so beautifully regulated with the right principles and the right universal laws, which we lost. We lost all of that. And why did we lose it? Because we became heavily industrialized. We had so much happening, and too much available that money could buy, and too much of externalization of ourselves. So we were only reacting to the outer world, responding very little, becoming not very proactive even with people, and that's how the entire conflict situation started. We started living for ourselves, and we forgot. That's why the joint families became insular families. Families started fighting with each other for what? It was a complete development of selfish individuality. So if that could be broken down, and we could restart this teaching in school, it would be very beneficial, and then we could bring up a new generation. Because now a lot of old souls are being born. You know, if you see the current children, you can't treat them like little babies. They are very smart. They are very intelligent. And so you have to give them the right environment. Otherwise, such children can become terrorists because they're so brainy, they can actually go the other way. So we have to be very careful in today's day and age, and it's a huge responsibility.
Thank you for your excellent answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
No, it was very nice the way you put it, especially connecting the dots to how Indian system was in the past and what has happened today. My experience with this entire spirituality has been very simple in saying that somewhere let the children connect to themselves. Today, the way we are running and they are running and everybody seems to be in a hurry, or like somebody pointed out, we are so connected with gadgets that we are disconnected with human beings. Just asking a child to sit and think for himself or herself, maybe 5 minutes a day, 2 minutes a day, begin with that, and then you will start seeing the change in the child. I have started practicing that at home, and I definitely see a difference in my teenager, honestly. Getting a teenager to sit 15 minutes quietly, you know how difficult it is without any gadget. But touchwood, I have seen a sea of difference, and hopefully I talk about it so that more parents encourage their children to do it. Maybe step by step, like you said, we need to engage children very differently from what we were engaged, because they're far more smarter, far more, I don't know what the word is, possible to do things kinds of kids. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. And like you said it yourself, who's doing it? You're doing it. And you're a parent. So I want to ask the parents, how many parents have the time? You said children are disengaged. Are parents engaged? So many parents are disengaged. So you can only teach what you know. If the parents are running towards material gains and towards popularity or celebrity status or whatever, what are the children going to learn? Today you have gun-toting, children. Recently there was a case of road rage, and the guy was shot in cold blood. I mean, when these kind of times are here, then I think the red signal is long past. And unless the parents actually take it into their hands, it's not going to happen.
Instead of giving them the iPads, what about playing with clay? I work with kids, and some of these kids, they're like, it's dirty, I don't want to touch it, and it's shocking. And I think if you can, for me, that's spirituality, like spirit, Mother Earth, like take them back to nature, make them play out. Don't make them like sit and watch TV, that's not your gift. Send them out for treks, send them, and now it's become almost like in the cities we live in, where are the trees, Where is the safety of even sending your child out there? But if it's like the parents' responsibility to actually go with these kids and, make them sort of get back in nature, and I think that'll change so much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And thank you for the message that you all passed through. I just want to add just a little bit on the spirituality that you're talking about. To my understanding, I don't know if I'm wrong, the way you explained it, like sometimes people sit down together and ask for something, believe, and then something came down. I don't know if it's related to religion or something like that, because the way you say it, I just remembered in my country, I think maybe it goes with countries, the way they believe as well. In my country, they usually are Christians. So when there is no rain, if it's too dry, they call national prayer. Everywhere they pray, everywhere, everybody, even people that don't go to church, they will say, today, this weekend, we are praying, or we are even fasting for rain because it's dry. And definitely that evening it will come. So I think is the same as what you believe. And then some they believe in Buddha, some Muslims, some whatever. So if I'm a parent and I practice going to church, the church has got a responsibility to teach. Socialization is there as well. Whatever they teach, they teach morals, they teach ethics, they teach respect one, and those basic norms is the same, is same in Muslim, same in Buddha, same wherever. It's what I teach my child, that Buddha teaches this. I think Buddha teaches the same morals as the Bible, as the Muslim. Some countries like England, in the last teachings, they were talking about this topic as well. In England, they don't want us to, let's say in South Africa, when they start the shift in hospital, they start to work, they first pray. Everybody, they sing 30 minutes and pray everywhere. In one of the Central Africa, they even say when they've got a serious case that the doctors cannot understand to diagnose and whatever, the top consultant will call all the staff to say, this now we pray, and the miracle will come. So I believe, so in England, that's what I'm saying, so because there is multicultural beliefs and there are Muslims, there are all this, there all is. So if I talk about my Jesus, they look at me like this. So that is why even at the schools, they don't talk that, they will shut you down. So they believe in technology. That's why you find that even if I'm at home, I'll be busy with my computer and my child will want to play with me. I'm busy texting, I'm busy. At the end of the day, the poor child will be watching the telly, people killing. I saw one child even crying because in the television they were fighting, and then the child screams. And that is building up on the baby child's subconscious mind, and as you grow, she will learn the shooting and all stuff like that. And me, the parent, I'm there. So I think this is two ways we should all be involved in this. It doesn't matter what you believe and whatever, as long as we believe on good things, let's teach them. And we should teach ourselves as well. It's not only our children, even us adults. We just look at the children, but let's do introspection. Do we practice the good things? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm just a little bit confused with the whole thing here. I mean, not confused in the sense, I'm just finding things that there's one side, we are talking of Women Economic Forum. We are talking of women being entrepreneur, women being empowered. So definitely these young girls and the women needs to go out and work. So when you really go out and work, where is that women being very versatile? As you talked about the 4 stages of that, what we have. See, those are first 25 years is training. Second, next 25 years is you're working. When the woman is really working and has to work and perform. Then comes the next stage of Vanprasth, when you are in the grandparenting side. That's where you really calm down with your work, where you can give your child some stories and when you really calm down with your work. That's the potential time that a working woman who has worked for those 25 to 50 years, and now's the time. So when you calm down with your routine and all that, that's the time when you can sit and talk very quietly with the child, not let them be with the TV, but be with you in storytelling. So women definitely at 25 to 50 has to work on the same platform. But I personally feel I'm a very great grandchild of my grandparents. I've been lucky to have my grandparents like that. I feel the woman can shift the role and play that calmness there which she has within, where she has worked and then the switch over, and then the next generation can be fed with the very proper things that we are talking, all the moral values and everything. While you're working, you really don't have time. You're running, you're making tiffins in the morning, you're running to the office, you're coming back home. Which woman has got time to really sit down with their own child? We don't have. But then at the grandparenting stage is, I think, is a very important stage for every woman to plan. And if we start doing that and we find some time to sit down with the children and tell them all the stories and their queries, because that's when you have really calmed down with your work also and you want to. So it's the next stage that can be worked out. I find that as a solution to women economic entrepreneur, and then talking about spirituality and then conveying it further. Not only understanding, you need to just convey it further. We may understand that, but I think I can convey, I'm looking forward to be a grandmother, and convey to my grandchildren and make them sit around. So that's the repetition and the thing that
I'd just like to second her, because that's what my parents did with my daughter, and I am relieved because she's a very good child. Because I never couldn't have the time to do it. So I really second her thing, what she says. We need the support of the extended family always, if we want good values in our children.
Sure. I would like to answer this in very brief. When I talked about a system of Vedic times, that was the Vedic times. We have to adapt systems according to the age we're living in. Okay, so there is no system that prevails from age to age to age, and to inculcate behavioral patterns based on respect. And you might be, a woman entrepreneur. You might be a working woman. It doesn't matter. What we are suffering with is the fact that we have insular families now. Earlier, when we were in joint families, how we grew up. I mean, I had about 10 sets of parents. All my chachas, mamas, mummies were all parents. Today, we don't have that. So we have to adapt ourselves to those systems. And within those systems, you cannot compromise on teaching children the right values. So how you're going to do that in the new day and age, depending on who you are and what you're doing with your life, you have to work it out. I don't think we have a choice in today's times. You have to be creative and work it out.
I just want to add one thing, that if we want to teach our children, we just have to be a shining example. And whatever they see, they learn more than that, what they're told. So if you just keep working on yourself, you're going to probably give a very good teaching to your child.
I just want to add on something here. I feel spirituality is just being yourself, being connected with your inner self, first of all, and it cannot be taught. This is how I have been. I was born like this. It doesn't matter how my siblings are. It doesn't matter who gave birth to me, because they are very different people. And spirituality is you, your within self, your soulfulness. If you don't love yourself, you don't respect yourself, and you don't really feel good about yourself, you cannot teach spirituality. First of all, I don't think spirituality can be taught. We can be anybody, a man, a woman, whoever, anywhere, any part of the world, doing anything. I'm a doctor, by the way, a medical doctor by profession, and also a lawyer. But I'm a staunchly spiritual person. That is, I am right now sitting here, but I'm still connected to my divine source. So see, do I have time? But I am still connected. Just like if you want to call your mother right now, Madam Kothari, you will connect her number, not my number. So that is what is connection all about. That is spirituality. We just need to connect, and there you are. You are always connected. The divine source will not disconnect you. It will keep you connected. That is spirituality. It cannot be taught. And sorry to say this, many organizations which are teaching spirituality, they are just basically into business material stuff. It is very sad, very unfortunate to even mention this. It sounds pretty cheap, and not all are doing it. Of course, we are there who are not looking at the money part of it. I am a doctor, I have enough money, but I am still into spirituality, trying to help as many souls as I can along the path, and I learn a lot from them in this journey.
in this mortal form, we could be anybody, again I repeat, anyone, doing anything, thinking illusionary that we don't have any time for our children or anybody, but we have lots of it. You have to stay connected in order to make others connected. Thank you very much. And I thank each beautiful soul here for your presence. It's been a pleasure breathing the same air. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you've just said. And it's a fact that we are all connected. But somewhere along the way, you know, karmically, we are all on a different journey. Some of us do get disconnected. And the connection is always there. But, you know, we don't know how to switch on the light to put on that electricity at that time, right? So it's not that any of us is disconnected from the source. We choose to. There are phases where we disconnect ourselves because of the negativity that we pile up within ourselves where we can't see. So yes, you're right that time is not a reason at all, and spirituality is who we are. And even in your family, you know, you will find siblings are not all together, all five fingers are not alike. That is only because you are a soul that has come through your parents, and you have your own journey. And each one's journey depends karmically on what their previous births have been and what soul lessons you need to learn in this life. So you can't compare yourself even with your siblings. I feel even if you compare yourself with your siblings, although they were given the same parents and the same environment, it's still like comparing apples and oranges to me, because karmically we are all so different.
Okay, so last question.
I actually just had a comment, which was the beautiful thing about being a woman entrepreneur is that we have the ability to create our own schedules and what's value to us. And even though the system has changed so quickly, we've also found that the system that's changed so quickly hasn't really been serving us as women and in our spirituality. So as a woman entrepreneur, we have the ability to take that minute, to take that time, whatever time we want, to connect with ourselves, connect with our children. And by us teaching our children and ourselves that taking that 10, 15 minutes out of the day to connect with ourselves and others is just as important as getting the business done, if not more important. So remember that we do have a choice in how we spend our time and our energy, and we can connect at any moment, at any time. And just by making that a priority in our lives, as well as in our children's lives, is essential, I believe. So we have a choice as how we spend our time and our energy. We don't have to run the rat race just because the world says we have a rat race to run.
Thank you very much. Wonderfully said. Thank you.
Okay, so we shall now proceed for award ceremony. I'd like to request Janine Lee, ma'am, if she could confer award to Miss Natasha Mahindra. Natasha Mahindra is a proud recipient of the award as an iconic woman leader for peace and spirituality. I'd like to request Sureka Kothari, ma'am, if she could confer the award to Ms. Deepika Kumar. She is also the proud recipient of the award for peace and spirituality. So it was a very interesting session. Everyone wants peace, and it was a very interactive discussion. I hope it was a very knowledgeable session. I'd like to thank all the panelists, all the audience for their patient